All right, guys, we are back. Hopefully, not with this dang on ME. And, well, no, she's done. But we are back. Um, I don't know if Blaise is guilty, but I think that Blaise should at least have two co defendants. If this was enough to charge Blaise, then I think he should have two co defendants. After hearing what I just heard and how they believe it's an ingestion, how they believe this ingestion would have taken 45 minutes to an hour, and that's about how long Keontae and Najee were gone. There were three people in that apartment at the time where she could have ingested whatever that was. Who did it? I don't know, but it's one of them three.
Hang on, do we need Ms. Holland?
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry, she had to step out very briefly.
And to be honest, I don't even think it was anything malicious. I know that may sound crazy, but I don't even think it was malicious in the beginning. I think it became malicious and ill intent and self serving after she passed. But I think that either Keontae or Najee had something that they either intended to use some of. It could have been bad. It could have been something they've done before. It could have been a bad batch. But something they had, they either left there or thought it would be fun to go ahead and spice up their life before she did her painting or something. But I feel like it's something that either Najee or Keontae brought. I'm not saying they intentionally left it. I'm saying that's a possibility. But somehow she ingested. I don't think anybody was trying to take her out. I do not believe that Blaise was trying to take out the baby, because one thing you don't do when you're trying to hide something is tell your mama. That's the last person you tell. Matter of fact, you usually do stuff to cover it up so it don't get back to your mama now. So you don't go tell your parents, I might have a baby, and then go try to take out the baby. That doesn't make sense. So I'm not buying the he didn't want to have the baby, so he did something.
Okay.
Because why do something the day you're gonna have company? If he wanted to do something to her and didn't want to deal with her, he would have did something to her on day one, not date 3.
Ms. Hollins crossed Dr. Carney on his 2/25/2023 urine at 22:59. She says was incorrect and the time change is wrong. CFSRE never tested that urine that was later changed, and the state has a duty to correct the misrepresentation of the evidence and what the CFSRE reports show.
Sorry, we're up to toss. You let the jury step in.
Did she mess up again? Or is this about to be the twist where they was changing times and stuff? Girl, I know you didn't do it again. What about the correction? They get ready to say it. I want to see what he says to the jury real quick. Basically, the state is saying they have a duty to correct her misstatement, and her misstatement was about that urine that was collected at 2259. She's saying, yeah, it was collected, but the lab did not test that particular urine. The defense saying the defense did it again.
Yes.
Dr. Kurtulski, could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Alex, A-L-E-X, Kurtulski, K-R-O-T-U-L-S-K-I.
And what is your profession?
I am a forensic toxicologist.
How long have you been a forensic toxicologist?
I've been a forensic toxicologist for about 11 years, and I've worked at the laboratory where I work now for all of those 11 years.
Okay, where do you work?
I work at a nonprofit forensic laboratory called the Center for Forensic Science Research and Education.
And what connection does that have to NMS Labs?
Yeah, so we are a nonprofit forensic laboratory. NMS Labs is a for-profit forensic laboratory. The two of our forensic labs are actually in the same building. NMS is in the front half of the building. We're in the back half of the building. We do have some connections through the family and through the forensic toxicologists that founded NMS Labs, but we are two unique laboratories and two unique organizations.
And what is your title with CFSRE?
My current title is Director of Forensic Toxicology and Chemistry.
Okay, how long have you held that title?
I held that title as director for about 3 years, and prior to that had a title of Associate Director for also about 3 years.
And can you describe your job to the jury at CFSRE, please?
Yes, so I am a manager and a supervisor. I oversee a team of about 10 people, including 5 full-time forensic toxicologists. So as a research and educational facility, I do perform research in forensic toxicology and forensic science. I also teach and educate as part of our graduate programs that we have with universities in Pennsylvania. And then pertinent to this case, we also run forensic cases. So we bring in under chain of custody forensic evidence, process that through the tests and the methods that we have in our laboratory, and report out those results through forensic reports.
And what type of education do you have? Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yes. So my latest degree is a Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry, in which I did my dissertation related to forensic toxicology. I also have a master's degree in forensic science. I also have a bachelor's degree in chemistry as well.
What is that?
So the document you just passed me is my CV, or my curriculum vitae.
Okay. Are you required to have ongoing training?
Yes, as part of really the field of forensic science as a whole, forensic scientists continue their professional education, whether that be through courses that we take, through conferences that we attend every year, or through a variety of other means like reading journal articles and whatnot.
And have you ever testified as an expert in toxicology?
I have, yes.
Okay, about how many times?
Once before.
Your Honor, at this time, I could make Dr. Kurtulski's CD, the State's Exhibit 33,
Okay.
and tender him as an expert in toxicology.
Okay. All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Kurtulski will be allowed to give his opinion as an expert in that field and place such weight as you choose to apply. Okay.
Dr. Kurtulski, did you get involved in a case involving a patient, Jade Benning?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall about when you became involved with Jade Benning's cases?
Yes, that was in March of 2023.
Okay, and how did you become involved?
At that time, so our laboratory takes in cases generally for different unique scenarios. We do testing for a variety of different drugs and toxins in the field of forensic toxicology. So generally, the way we get involved in cases is that there are biological specimens, whether that be blood, urine, whatever it may be, that need advanced toxicology testing. So with our relationship with NMS Labs had contacted us about samples that they had that they were interested in getting additional testing performed on, and that's how our laboratory got involved.
Okay. Did you also talk to Vanderbilt doctors?
Yes, I talked to Dr. Brucaleri as well.
Sure.
Okay. Did you issue a few reports in regards to Ms. Benning's urine?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so pass.
Oh, the urine. Oh, going forward, huh?
Dr. Patulski, what did I just hand you?
You handed me two different reports. One report for a urine sample that we tested, and one report for a blood sample that we tested.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is the case number?
The case number for the urine is 2023-0092. The case for the blood is 2023-0089. Sorry.
And these are pretty thick. Can you explain to the jury what is with the report?
Yes. So this second report that I was handed is for a second urine specimen that we tested, 2023-0090. These are the reports. The first 2 pages, or 1 page, is the report that we issue after our testing. That report consolidates all the information about who submitted the sample to us, what samples we received, what our results were, what testing we performed, as well as some reference comments as to the substances we identified. And then the rest of the page is the rest of the packet for the case. There are a few pages that include the chain of custody, as well as the sample preparation documents that we use to prepare the samples in the laboratory for analysis. And then the bulk rest of the pages are the data associated with the identifications for the drugs that we made.
And are both those samples involving Ms. Jade Benning, or both those reports?
Yes.
Okay. And do you commonly refer to them as litigation packets?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to mark those 2 reports as the state's next exhibit 34 and 35, please.
Okay. Which one, delineate?
34, Your Honor, that could be 0092, and 35 be 0090. They're
Different
the
day.
report numbers. No, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could publish it for the witness, we have it on that PowerPoint.
Okay.
Dr. Patulski, can you walk the jury through this first page and what we're looking at, and what kind of identifying information is on this page?
Yes. At the top, you can see that this is the toxicology report that we issued. That's the logo for our laboratory, as well as the date that we issued it. So it was issued in July 18th. Sorry, yes, July 18th, 2023. This report was issued to Dr. Rebecca Brucaleri at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. On the top right there are the different case numbers associated with the case. So every agency is going to assign generally their own case number to a case. So our laboratory assigned our case number, the CFSRE case number, but then there were additional case numbers, including the NMS case number, as well as the agency's case number that we include as well. Next down under items received is the item that we received for that case number. In this case, under the description, you can see that it was 1 vial containing urine. The next section is the results and conclusions. So these are the substances that we've identified. In this case, the analytes, benzolecgonine, norcocaine, and cocaine. Under concentration, our laboratory does at times perform quantitative testing, so there would be values for the quantitative analysis there. However, this testing that we performed was just qualitative, so it just says positive, meaning that the substance was identified and was positively present in the sample. Under methods of analysis is the instrumentation that we used for testing. Under reference comments are generally short blurbs about the substances that we've identified. So if anyone's reading the report and they see the term benzolecgonine and they don't know what that is, they can correlate that under reference comments. And I'm so sorry, I did not mean Next is laboratory comments. That just says that we took the sample into our possession under chain of custody, seals and everything were in order, and also notes that when we discard the specimens. And then finally at the bottom is again the case number, the date that we're signing this, my signature, as well as another toxicologist signature at our laboratory.
Dr. Kucholski, you've already talked about how you were in communications with Vanderbilt. From your knowledge, when was this first sample taken?
So in my communications with Dr. Brucolari, it's my understanding that this was the first urine specimen collected when the individual presented to the hospital.
And if medical records have previously been introduced and that first urine was at 2259 on 2/25/2023, would that be correct?
Yes, that's consistent with my understanding.
Okay. Can you walk the jury through your findings for this first urine and Ms. Benning?
Yes. So I will go in reverse order because it will make, I think, a little bit more sense. The bottom substance there is cocaine. So cocaine is a stimulant drug. We identified parent cocaine within this urine sample, as well as more cocaine and benzylecgonine. Those two are metabolites of cocaine.
Okay. And did this specific test for EME?
No, our testing does not include ecgonine methyl ester, which is another metabolite of cocaine.
And can you walk the jury through how many drugs and what kind of testing this specific urine was tested against?
Yes, I don't recall the exact number. Our laboratory is constantly adding drugs to our method of detection. Currently, we test for more than 1,300 substances. This time in 2023, our scope was probably around 1,100 substances. And if the substance is not listed on this report, it means it was not identified through the testing process.
Okay, so we can say out of at least 1,100 drugs, the only one that was tested positive was cocaine.
And its metabolites, correct.
And what, if any, what is your threshold for cocaine and the metabolites for a urine sample?
Yeah, our cocaine threshold is about 20 nanograms per milliliter. Sorry, I don't believe I said that correctly. Our threshold for cocaine in urine is about 20 nanograms per milliliter. That would be the same for its metabolite norcocaine. However, benzylecgonine has some different chemical properties, and our testing limit for that is about 100 nanograms per milliliter.
And from your discussions with Dr. Brucolari, what were you advised that Vanderbilt's threshold was?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that in the hospital, as many hospitals do, they perform a urine drug screen. That's done by a different type of test than we perform. That's done by something called immunoassay, whereas our testing is performed by mass spectrometry. Through my conversations with Dr. Brucolari, it was my understanding that the cutoff for benzylecgonine in the hospital was 300 nanograms per milliliter. And again, our cutoff was 100 nanograms per milliliter.
So is it consistent that if Ms. Benning's blood or urine tested in the hospital negative, but then was positive with you, is that consistent with just the different thresholds and Vanderbilt being much higher?
Yeah, so when you have differences in thresholds, you can have concentrations that are between those thresholds. So one laboratory may report it negative because it's below their threshold, and another laboratory may report it positive because it's above their threshold. Both of our tests were not quantitative, though, so we don't know exactly how much benzylecgonine was in this sample. However, based on the data that we have from our test, we can see, based on some of the characteristics of the data that we look at, that it's my opinion that it looks like the amount of benzylecgonine likely was between our two thresholds, and that's why our result was positive and their result was negative.
And before I move on, can you walk the jury through what typical effects of cocaine are and then what the severe effects of cocaine are?
Sure. So cocaine is a stimulant drug. So there's a lot of things to stimulate your body. Certainly people use cocaine for its euphoria and its high feeling. But when you get to some of the sort of clinical signs and symptoms, it can do things like increase your heart rate, increase your blood pressure, increase your temperature. It can make people more talkative, more movement. It can, in higher amounts, or for some people, it can cause sort of agitation and anxiety. And in more severe cases, especially with the effects on the heart, you can have sort of detrimental cardiac effects because of that increased cardiac output. cocaine has been associated with seizures as well as other more bad side effects, if you will, of cocaine at either chronic use or at higher amounts.
And can you tell the jury what the common forms of someone taking cocaine would be?
Yeah, so in the United States, cocaine is primarily found in two forms, cocaine salt and cocaine base. So the basic form of cocaine is known as crack or crack rocks. Crack rocks are generally smoked. The salt form of cocaine, or known as coke, is a powdered form that people typically snort.
Okay. Is oral ingestion of cocaine common?
No, from my experience, oral ingestion of cocaine is not common.
Okay. And for symptoms and side effects, how would oral ingestion of cocaine differ from IV, snorting, something like that?
Yeah, so the manner in which drugs enter the body is really going to be dependent on potentially how quickly those drugs affect an individual and how quickly those drugs can get to the brain. So something like snorting or smoking is going to have a much quicker onset of actions. Whereas if you ingest something orally and it goes to the stomach, you have to get it then absorbed into your body. Some of that drug could break down in your stomach and your stomach acid. So there's different effects and how quickly the substances can affect an individual based on the route of administration. But then also there's other things that can be important about how the drug is metabolized or how it's breaking down throughout the body based on the route of administration as well.
And in preparation for this trial, did you research to see if you could find any sort of studies on oral ingestion of a liquid cocaine?
Yes, I did.
Okay, were you able to find any studies for liquid cocaine?
I did not. There are a few studies that have looked at oral cocaine administration, but typically they're through capsules or tablets, in large part because that's how a lot of substances are taken orally, as capsules or tablets. I could not find any studies looking at liquid cocaine oral administration to humans.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about your research that you found for capsules. Can you walk the jury through how quickly symptoms appeared in your research?
Yeah, so in those studies, they looked at sort of the symptomology of individuals, but then also the peak plasma levels. So plasma is sort of a form of blood in terms of the way that drugs are in the body. They collect blood and then can convert it to plasma. So they found, one of the studies found that the peak plasma concentrations were between 50 and 90 minutes. And that just means that the cocaine has gotten into the bloodstream, it's circulating around the body, and as they test serial amounts of, serial meaning replicate amounts of blood over time, that in 50 and 90 minutes, it was the highest amount of cocaine, and then it started falling down.
Okay, is it in your opinion that liquid cocaine would work quicker than capsules?
Yes, when you have a capsule has to get into your stomach, the capsule has to be broken apart, the substance, in order for those substances to then be absorbed into the body. On a liquid form of the drug, generally compared to a capsule or a tablet, that liquid is already ready to be absorbed, so that process can be a bit quicker.
Okay, so if we have Ms. Benning, who at 9:10 is painting words on a canvas, 9:25, a photo of a new word that she has painted on a canvas, and then we have a lieu of about 4 minutes of taking photos, and then 9:29, so about 19 minutes from that 9:10 to that 9:29, there's a phone call, and it's 6 minutes long. At the beginning of the phone call, you can understand Ms. Benning for the most part, and by the end of it, you cannot understand her. During that phone call, she's saying things like, "I can't feel my legs," and then by 9:50, when EMS finds her, she's pulseless. From that 9:10 to that 9:50, is it consistent with a 30-minute window of Ms. Benning ingesting that cocaine and then feeling those side effects and becoming pulseless?
Yes, as I mentioned, you can get peak cocaine concentrations orally in about 50 to 90 minutes. So the effects certainly are presenting sooner than that. So that is consistent with that time frame and that the results or the data that's in the scientific literature.
But she didn't have the symptoms you're talking about. She wasn't moving quick. She wasn't moving fast. She just starts sporadically making abstract art and get agitated.
That 30-minute time
It's the
frame
opposite.
is consistent because it was not. Yeah.
Yes, generally, if a drug does not have to be absorbed or taken out of a capsule or a tablet, that time frame can be shorter.
And going back to the test result, is fentanyl one of the 1,100 drugs at minimum that you tested this urine for?
Yes.
And was fentanyl present?
No, fentanyl was not detected in this urine sample.
Okay, what about cocaethylene?
Yeah, so cocaethylene was also and is also in the scope of our testing, and it was not detected in this specimen.
Okay, and so I just want to be very clear for the jury, cocaine and only cocaine metabolites tested positive for this 2/25/2023 at 22:59 urine.
Correct.
And Vanderbilt's threshold was 300 and was only testing for the benzo, is that correct?
So the way that immunoassays work, they have a target substance, and generally in urine immunoassays, that target substance for cocaine is benzoylecamine. Some of the other metabolites will have cross-reactivity, so their amounts could sort of combined in total potentially reach that threshold. In this case, with the result being none detected, those combined amounts of the substances still did not reach the threshold for them to produce a positive result.
Your Honor, if I could have the witness pass exhibit number 32, please.
The way I could scream, like, what the hell is going on?
Dr. Krutulski, you are being handed State's Exhibit number 32, which is Ms. Benning's autopsy report. Are you familiar with any sort of addition that for cocaine, the parent cocaine and the EME being added, and what that can give you as an estimate?
Yes, I am familiar with that practice. Again, methyl ester or EME is also a metabolite of cocaine. So there's a practice in which you can, or where folks will add the parent and the metabolite together to get an estimation of potentially how much of the parent drug could have been present if it hadn't broken down to that metabolite in this case.
And if you could, Dr. Krutulski, get to that lab result in the autopsy report, please. And could you tell the jury what the EME and the cocaine was, and then how we would get to that number of the estimated concentration of cocaine in Ms. Benning's blood that night?
Yes, so this is the NMS Labs toxicology lab report. That reports cocaine at 78 nanograms per milliliter and the epinephrine methyl ester at 7,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay, and what would that bring us to if we were doing that addition?
Yeah, so if you were to do that addition of the two, it would be about 8,000 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay, and is 8,000 nanograms per milliliter a high concentration of cocaine?
Yes, if there was 8,000 nanograms per milliliter of cocaine in someone's system, that would definitely be considered, in my opinion, a high amount of cocaine.
What is typical that you see? Do you see anywhere near 8,000 nanograms per milliliter on a daily basis?
So we do quantify cocaine in blood samples, not as routinely as NMS does. I do not recall what the highest amount of cocaine we've seen in a blood sample is, but I would think that we have seen concentrations of cocaine in the thousands. I just don't know exactly what those concentrations are.
Dr. Krutulski, what are we looking at now?
On the screen now is the second report.
And from your discussions with Vanderbilt, do you know if Ms. Benning, if this report was after Ms. Benning had been treated in Vanderbilt?
Yes, it's my understanding, and talking with the individuals at Vanderbilt, that the first urine sample was collected prior to the individual being given drugs in the hospital, and the second sample was collected after those drugs had been administered in the hospital, which is consistent with the results that we found.
Okay, and can you walk the jury through what medications, if you want to touch your screen, would Ms. Benning have received in the hospital and how you know they're medical grade medications?
Sure. From our perspective, when we test for drugs, a drug molecule that we see, you don't necessarily know if it's medical grade or not. As that's oftentimes why we'll consult with the individuals at the hospital to understand what substances the hospital is administering, but also through sort of my experience in dealing with these cases, many hospitals administer the same drug, so it's something that we can kind of see reproducibly. So one of the first substances, acetaminophen. Oops, that was really bad. Acetaminophen is a drug that can be administered in the hospital. Acetaminophen is Tylenol. Levetiracetam, which is an anticonvulsant, also known as Keppra, can be administered in the hospital.
Dr. Krzolski, I'm going to stop you right there. Are seizures a side effect of ingesting cocaine?
Yes, as I previously mentioned, seizures can be associated with cocaine toxicity.
Thank you.
Next on the list is lorazepam. Lorazepam is a benzodiazepine, which is also, benzodiazepines can also be administered as anticonvulsants for seizures. And then fentanyl. Fentanyl is an opioid. Many people know about fentanyl because of its illicit uses in the street drug supply. However, fentanyl is actually a common opioid analgesic used in the hospital as well.
And is it your understanding that Ms. Benning received fentanyl at Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that Ms. Benning had no fentanyl in her when she got to Vanderbilt Medical Center?
So based on the testing that we performed, there was no fentanyl in the first urine sample that we tested.
I want to draw your attention to levamisole. Can you talk to the jury about what you know about levamisole and its importance to cocaine?
Yes, levamisole is, while it has uses in animal medicine, it's something that we call an adulterant. So a lot of times drugs within the street level drug supply will be adulterated and things will be added to them, a lot of times to sometimes help with side effects, but sometimes make the high that those drugs produce better. So in this case, or levamisole but in this scenario, levamisole is a substance that we see as an adulterant alongside cocaine in the street drug supply.
And is levamisole a common cutting agent of cocaine?
Yes, levamisole is as well as lidocaine are common cutting agents for cocaine.
Okay, and what would be the explanation of why Ms. Benning's first urine, when she initially got to Vanderbilt, did not have levamisole in it?
Yeah, so I reviewed the results for the two urine samples, and as I mentioned previously, during our testing, aspects of the data can show us, while we don't quantify the amount of cocaine, how high or low that level is. The amount of cocaine that we detected in this second urine sample is much higher, as well as some of the other substances as well. So it is possible that because the amount of cocaine was lower in the first urine sample, the cocaine or the levamisole may not have accumulated or been excreted in the urine sample yet. So levamisole may have been there, but below our detection limits. Whereas in this later sample, as more cocaine is being excreted from the body and put into the urine, it's rising above and potentially then is above our threshold, and we're able to detect it in this sample.
And is that common to initially get a low threshold cocaine and then later on get a levamisole?
Yes, the way that drugs are excreted into the urine, when you first take a drug, there will be no drug in the urine. So you'll start out at zero. As the drug is metabolized, then the parent drug as well is excreted into the urine. Those concentrations increase. And eventually, as the bladder is emptied and the drug is sort of cleared from the body and there's no more drug to excrete into the urine, those concentrations then will go back down. So that is consistent with sort of that trajectory.
And do you know how low the levamisole was in this urine?
I do not recall, but I know that it was significantly smaller than the cocaine.
Let's talk about cocoethylene. What can you tell the jury about cocoethylene?
So cocoethylene is an interesting substance in that it forms in the co-ingestion of cocaine and ethanol.
Okay. Was cocoethylene present in Ms. Benning's first urine?
No, it was not present, but similar to the explanation I gave for levamisole, it could be that it was present but below our detection limits, therefore we weren't able to see it because maybe it hadn't been excreted fully yet.
And do you know how low this sample of cocoethylene is in Ms. Benning's urine?
Yeah, so I did take a look at that. And again, comparing those responses that we get from the instrument, the amount of cocoethylene that we detected was about 1% of the amount of cocaine. So again, quite a small amount of cocoethylene compared to the amount of cocaine that we saw in this urine sample.
And this 1% of cocoethylene, would that be consistent with Ms. Benning drinking alcohol and then taking a bump of cocaine?
So from my experience in those scenarios, you wouldn't have that small amount of cocoethylene, although it does depend on sort of the timing of when the urine sample was collected. But generally, when we see cocoethylene with people who are co-using larger amounts of alcohol, we do see it at more appreciable amounts than the small amount that we saw in this sample.
Can you dissolve cocaine in alcohol to make it a liquid cocaine?
Yes, cocaine, like many drugs, are dissolvable in what we call solvents, and ethanol would be an example of a solvent.
Dr. Kratulski, was cocoethylene present in any other samples for Ms. Benning that you tested?
No, it was not. Cocoethylene was only detected in this specimen.
Right. And we talked about the hypothetical about Ms. Benning's timeline. Would you expect to see more cocoethylene if Ms. Benning had been drinking alcohol?
So in cases where we do collect urine samples from people who have been drinking alcohol and using cocaine, I would say typically those amounts of cocoethylene are larger. But again, there's a variety of different reasons as to how the level of cocoethylene could be in this case, including the dose of the substances, not only the cocaine and the ethanol, but also the time associated with it.
Okay, and for that first urine to only have cocaine, benzo, and then the other metabolite, but no cocoethylene. If she had been drinking heavily and doing cocaine, would you expect to see that cocoethylene reporting above the threshold?
Yeah, so she was drinking and taking cocaine together. I would have expected to see the cocoethylene in that first urine sample.
And is it your understanding that through all the other testing of Ms. Benning at Vanderbilt, that there was no alcohol present in her system?
Yes, it's my understanding, and through talking with the toxicologist at NMS Labs and Dr. Brucaleri at Vanderbilt, that the ethanol testing that had been performed by the other laboratories was negative.
And Dr. Kratulski, is there any other explanation other than just drinking alcohol, it being dissolved in alcohol, that you could get that cocoethylene?
Yeah, so there are other ways that small amounts of ethanol can get into your system. Some other drugs that are used may have ethanol as a minor component in them. There are some things that may be used in foods that could have small amounts of ethanol in them. So there are other ways that ethanol can get into your system other than drinking beer or other forms of drinking alcohol.
And is that consistent with how low Ms. Benning's cocoethylene percent is at, and then we don't see it again?
Yes, I'd say that would be more consistent.
Right, and could it be used in cooking for like homemade cookies with vanilla extract or something like that? Could that low reporting level of cocoethylene be consistent with Ms. Benning have cooked that night?
Yes, I'd say that could be consistent.
Garner, give me one moment.
name is Dr. Potulsky.
Yes.
I'm Letitia Quinones Hollins, and I just have a few questions for you. I first want to ask you about your forensic toxicology certifications. Did you have to go to school to become a forensic toxicologist?
So forensic toxicologist is a job, just like an electrician would be a job, or just like a chemist would be a job. So generally, there's a variety of different programs that train individuals to become forensic toxicologists. There's a variety of different ways you can get to being a forensic toxicologist without a degree in forensic toxicology. In the United States, there are no PhD programs in forensic toxicology. So many of us who have our PhDs and work in forensic toxicology get our degrees in areas like chemistry, pharmacology, sort of general toxicology, one of those other fields.
So have you had training in toxicology?
Yes, I have a master's degree in which I spent 2 years learning about forensic toxicology. I've done a variety of different research work related to forensic toxicology. I also have on-site training. So in addition to the time I've spent at the CFSRA, I actually did also work at NMS Labs for a short period of time and received training as part of that at NMS Labs. So I have received training both through on-the-job training as well as educational training to be a forensic toxicologist.
And in order to be classified and certified as a forensic toxicology, it took many hours and a lot of time dealing with toxicology to be able to be qualified as a forensic toxicologist. Would you agree?
I guess I would. It certainly has been a lot of time and education that I've gone through. The field of forensic toxicology is made up really of 3 separate fields: analytical chemistry, forensic science, and toxicology itself. So it's learning about all those different aspects and pulling all that together to become forensic toxicology.
Thank you. Now, I want to draw your attention to, I believe that the first testing from the 2259 urine, where it's labeled 20230092 from the CFSRA.
Yes.
And I see there that we have positive results for what they call BZE, is that right?
Correct. Benzoylacogene is called BZE for short.
Norcocaine,
Correct.
which is another metabolite for cocaine,
Yes.
and then of course the parent cocaine.
Yes.
Why would you say that I wouldn't see something here for like heroin?
Heroin is a substance called diacetylmorphine. It metabolizes to 6-monoacetylmorphine and morphine. Those substances are included in our scope of testing. So I would expect if they were present in the urine at our thresholds that we would be able to detect them and report them.
So the fact that that isn't there, it means that it doesn't appear that it was in this matrix of the urine. Is that correct?
Correct.
And my point with that is that when you go now to 20230090, we see cocaethylene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just so that we're sure, this is the urine in 20230090 of Ms. Jade Benning. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And so we see that cocaethylene is in fact positive, right?
Yes, and we're talking about the second urine sample that was collected.
Yes, the 20230090.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, you said the second urine sample. When was that taken from Ms. Benning?
As forensic toxicologists in our labs, we take in samples and they come with a variety of different information. In this case, the case was not given to me with the date and time collected, so that's not something that appears on our reports. That's something I would refer back to the folks either at Vanderbilt or also, I believe that information is on NMS Lab's report.
Okay. You believe that it's on NMS Lab report?
I believe it's included in their report, yes.
Okay, and that's NMS Lab report 896, based on where it says, I'm sorry, 899. NMS work order number is 230788899. Is that correct?
So I don't have the reports in front of me, and with all of the numbers, I'm having a little hard time
on the
following.
CFSRA report.
Yes, if that is, I do not have that report in front of me. If that was
This packet of yours have that.
sorry, yes, the packet that you have. Oh, yes. Thank you. So this for this report, 2023-0090, which is our CFSRE case number, that is associated with NMS work order number 23078899.
So as it relates to the urine where we see cocaethylene, you don't know what time it was taken. Is that right?
Correct. As part of our responsibility as a forensic toxicology lab, we bring the samples in, and it's our responsibility to report the results out. It's not our responsibility to keep track of when the samples were collected and to sort of marry up that information. It's our responsibility to do the drug testing and report the drugs that we find.
So is that a no, sir? You don't know what time it was taken?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't.
Okay. And so,
Is there any of your records that would tell you that?
No, so our records do not. So you would correlate back our case number with the NMS Labs case number and the agency case number and the information they had in terms of when the specimens were collected. So that's NMS Labs or Vanderbilt's information about when the samples were collected.
so you can't say it wasn't taken at 22:59 or that it was, as the information that you have before you at this time.
Again, that's not my role. Our role is forensic toxicologist.
I'm just asking.
Okay, yes.
Yes. Now, irregardless of when it was taken, this is the urine of Jade Benning, right?
From my understanding, yes, this is based on the conversations I've had with Dr. Rebecca Brucaleri at Vanderbilt.
Okay. And so in the same manner that you don't see, I think you called it levamisole, which is a cutting agent for cocaine, right?
Yes.
The same way you don't see levamisole in your initial testing of 202300092 is the same manner for which you don't see cocaethylene, right?
Yes, as I explained before, in order for us to have a positive result, there needs to be enough of the drug or the metabolite in the urine sample to meet a threshold for us to detect it. So it is possible that they were present in the urine, however, below our thresholds to detect it, so therefore we would not report them as a positive result.
Nonetheless, you have those two different metabolites that weren't present in your first results that are present in the second. Yes or no, sir?
That is correct. However, I think it's important to note that these are not replicate samples, so we don't expect to have the same results in both urine samples. These urine samples are collected at different times. We have different results because we know that there were drugs that were administered in the hospital that we don't expect in the first sample that we do expect in the second sample.
We wouldn't expect for Vanderbilt to give someone something that would cause them to test positive for cocaethylene, or would we?
So again, depending on whether or not cocaethylene was present but below our detection limits in that first sample, whether or not the cocaethylene was formed after, that's not something that I can speak to because we don't have information about that, but it could be really either of those scenarios, or potentially either of those scenarios or others.
Okay, the statement that you just made was that Vanderbilt had treated Ms. Benning, and so that's why you'll see a difference in what is present in her urine in this later sample than you would in the first sample, right?
Yes, I said that referring to the drugs that would be administered in the hospital, things like levetiracetam, fentanyl, lorazepam, those substances that are medical grade drugs.
Are they administering cocaethylene, do you believe, at Vanderbilt?
No, I would not believe they would be administering cocaethylene at Vanderbilt.
And so if we see this in her system, then it is safe to say to this jury that she had to get it from somewhere other than the treatment she received at Vanderbilt. Wouldn't that be right?
And I apologize if I hadn't explained this well, but cocaethylene is really not a substance that's available out there. People don't go out on the street and buy cocaethylene. You can't sort of get it as a prescription drug. Cocaethylene is something that's formed in the body when someone uses cocaine and ethanol. So again, this wouldn't be something that could be administered. This wouldn't be something that is ingested. It's something that's formed through those two substances.
Exactly. That person would have had to have ethanol and cocaine in their system at the same time. Yes or no, sir?
Correct, yes.
Now, so what we do know, and the reason I gave you the hypothetical of the heroin is because the only reason that it's going to show up positive is because there was alcohol and cocaine taken at the same time for Ms. Benning, right?
Yeah.
That's why your testing came positive, yes or no, sir?
So I don't want to confuse the terms ethanol and alcohol. Ethanol is a small molecule. Alcohol, while we refer to drinking alcohol as alcohol, alcohol is really a class of substances. Methanol, for example, is also an alcohol, and there's other alcohols as well. So what I'm saying is that cocaine and ethanol come together to form cocaethylene. The source of that ethanol, as I previously testified to, is unknown, but there are different sources as to where that ethanol could come from.
Right, you said that it could have come from the vanilla extract that she put in her cookies.
I didn't say that. I said it could come from different things that are used in cooking. Could also come from, again, ethanol could be a minor component in some medications that are used. I didn't necessarily say it came from a certain a certain place. We don't necessarily know where that ethanol may have come from.
Well, actually, the prosecutor actually asked you, could it come from the vanilla extract? And your response was, yes, it could have.
Correct. She said could, and I said yes.
And that was my question. You just said earlier that it could have come from vanilla extract.
I apologize. I thought you were asking me if I said that it did come from the cookies.
No,
which I
I
did
said
not.
you said it could have. But it also,
Hypothetically,
it could have come from her having a drink and then also taking cocaine, couldn't it?
yes, that is possible, again, depending on the amount of ethanol consumed. Ethanol can come from, as I mentioned, those other sources. It also can come from drinking alcohol as well.
Now, do you know what a screen test is, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
So in forensic toxicology, typically we do two tests. Historically, we referred to them as a screen and a confirmation. Screen is a way of saying, okay, well, I've tested this substance, usually for I tested this sample, usually for a large array of substances, and then we know what's present, and then we take that through a confirmation test, which is then usually quantitative in nature. So typically in forensic toxicology, you would do those two tests, a screening test and a confirmation.
And so, is it fair to say that you don't go, a lab would not go past a screen test to a confirmation test unless something is coming up positive in that screen? Is that correct?
Yeah, so the field of forensic toxicology has really advanced in recent years. Historically, when we thought about screening tests were usually things that were not very accurate. They may have tested for a class of drugs and you would get a positive result. You have to figure out why you got that positive result. A good example would be if you tested for benzodiazepines and got a positive result for benzodiazepines, you may have to do a confirmation to say, well, what exact benzodiazepine am I looking for? But as forensic toxicology has advanced, some have tried to get away from the term screen and confirmation because a lot of the instruments that we use now for screening tests are actually a lot more accurate and sensitive than they've previously been, but also sometimes they're more accurate and sensitive than the instruments that we use for our confirmation tests. So typically, now you really have to understand what specimens were provided to the forensic toxicology lab and really understand what their methodology for testing was. It's not as easy to paint it with a broad brush to say, oh, absolutely this is a screen or absolutely this is a confirmation.
Well, you're not telling this jury, sir, that your laboratory would be using something that you can't rely on and or is not credible, are you? Are you saying that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. And so I would assume and hope that whatever immunoassay testing or whatever testing that you are performing at your laboratory would be one that is credible and reliable for you to represent to the community and your clients that trust you. Is that right?
Yeah, so we do not rely on the results of other toxicology labs. We perform all of our own testing in-house. When a sample comes to us, we may have heard of testing that's been performed externally, but we perform all of our own testing in-house. And then yes, to your point about our methods being accurate and reliable, we validate our assays. We run quality controls and different checks during our testing to make sure that the results that we are reporting meet a level of high forensic reliability.
And so your assay, the ones that you rely on and the ones that you deem credible, tested positive for this cocaethylene, right?
Correct. The second urine specimen.
Now, in regards to the NMS lab, you see, if I can draw your attention to the 889, and we just talked about that you don't move on to a confirmation test unless there was something that was positive in the screening test, correct?
Yeah, again, to
Yes
try.
or no, sir?
Well, so I think that you're trying to use the terms screening and confirmation for the test that we performed. Our laboratory really does not define them as a screen and a confirmation. The test that we performed, we define as a drug identification. So we did not perform two tests. We performed a single test, a drug identification of these substances. I would not characterize it as a screen or a confirmation.
I wasn't speaking about your test. I asked you to look at 889 of NMS.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. When you use the 4 numbers, I thought you were referring to my report. Yes, and I do not have a copy of NMS Labs report.
Okay, can I?
It's in the autopsy report.
Oh.
You have that.
I apologize. I do have that in front of me.
Yes. You see there that NMS moved on to a confirmation test for cocaethylene. Do you see that?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So I'm looking at an NMS Labs toxicology report that has a work order number that ends in 6889.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, sir. And did you see a confirmation test performed for cocaethylene?
So this is really getting slightly outside of the testing that we performed, again, because this is the testing that another laboratory performed. NMS Labs lists the tests that they performed, and they listed they included a cocaine and byproducts panel. So from looking at the report, it does appear that they would have looked for cocaine in those byproducts, but again, I cannot testify today to exactly what NMS Labs did. I don't have their data and their results in front of me. My testimony is really about the testing that occurred at the CFSRE.
I'm not asking you about the data that they utilize. I'm asking you, with your expertise, as you being a forensic toxicologist expert, is to only share with me about looking at this toxicology report. And so that I'm clear, you're an expert in the field of
Judge, I'm gonna
toxicology.
object to ask and answer. He's already testified that
You
he's
know
not.
what that lab means by screen test.
So again, I mean, I'm happy to sit here and look through the report. Certainly they will lay out what testing that they used and what testing was performed. But again, this was not within the scope of what I prepared for this testimony. I mean, I'm happy to take a look at it.
Would you do that for me, please? Just to see whether or not there was a confirmation test performed for cocaethylene. Would you please do that?
Again, based on the report says testing was performed for cocaine and byproducts panel. And if you look then to 2 pages later where they describe what's in the cocaine and byproducts panel, it does list cocaethylene as an analyte within the scope of that testing, yes.
Thank you. And that's for the scope of testing on a confirmation, correct?
I believe NMS would characterize this test as a confirmation test, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's talk a little bit about the CFSRE lab. Do you see that?
Yes, by laboratory, yes.
And the number in regards to
You want 0092 or 0090?
0090 for the cocaethylene that's present there, correct?
Yes.
So, when the testing was performed for this particular urine, do you know whether or not the levels for any of those metabolites, do you have those levels?
No, so for our testing, our laboratory, while we obviously test for cocaine in these substances, in this case, when we received the specimen, we received our qualitative results and issued those results back. We were not asked to perform a quantitative test. We typically wouldn't just do that on our own. And there was no request for us to perform a quantitative test. So in this case, we did just perform a qualitative identification of cocaine in the metabolites.
Okay, so you didn't perform a test to give us levels, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so you can't tell us what level that cocaine is, can you?
So with exact certainty, the exact concentration of that cocaethylene, no, I cannot tell you what the concentration is. However, as I mentioned previously, and is present in our data packet, there are pieces of the data, what we call peak area. So as every analyte is detected by the instrument, it generates a response. And that response is proportional to the amount of drug that is present. So a higher response means more drug, a lower response means less drug. So we can use that response to see whether or not it's a high or low amount of cocaine. So I cannot say that there's exactly, say, 120 nanograms per mil of cocaine. However, I can see what the response looks like based on what comes from our testing.
So is that a no? You can't give us a level?
I cannot give an exact quantitative level for the cocaethylene.
Now, let's talk about what you were speaking with the prosecutor about in regards to, I think you said 8,000 nanograms per milliliters, is that right?
Approximately, adding those two numbers together, yes.
Okay. Now, is that the way that you would have calculated how much of that metabolite or cocaine, parent cocaine, was in that person's body or in that matrix?
And so our laboratory actually does not quantify, does not test for EME, as I mentioned previously. So this is not a practice that I would do on our cases because we don't have that data. I was asked whether I'm familiar with that practice, and I am familiar with that practice, but that's not something that I personally do.
That's not what you would do. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was not. So as a forensic toxicologist, in addition to the testing that we do, oftentimes we're asked to render an expert opinion. And as you sit and prepare for that expert opinion, that's something to consider as part of that process. I was not asked to do that as part of this case. So I would have to, and every case is different. You can't say that necessarily you're going to, because the drugs you find in every case are different. You have to take cases and evaluate them on a case-by-case basis. So it's really hard for me to sit here and speculate what I would have done because I wasn't asked to do it.
Okay, well, you're a forensic toxicologist, correct?
Correct.
You are the director of a toxicology lab, are you not?
Yes.
You've had significant training in forensic toxicology.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, as an expert, if you were trying, giving you a hypothetical, you're given the case, and you're trying to determine how much parent cocaine is in a matrix, in this instance, someone's blood, would you utilize the method of combining the parent cocaine and EME?
So I think I would consider that, again, because that is a process that's out there. I certainly would not use that definitively. I would understand that that's a way of looking at kind of a generality, but definitely not anything definitive.
Exactly, because with all of your expertise and training, that is not a method you would use.
Yes, as I've stated.
Now let's hypothetically utilize that method and come up with a number of 8,000 as apparent cocaine in someone's blood. Okay. The pharmacokinetics that you would utilize to try to determine how much cocaine that person took at a certain time, how much cocaine would that equate to, sir, if we were to go back 24 hours?
Yeah, there's not really a way to correlate the amount of drug in this case to the amount that an individual would take. It's not, you can't say just because there's 8,000 nanograms per mil of cocaine there's not, or there was X amount of dose that the person ingested originally. That's not something that we would do in forensic toxicology to try to back calculate a dose.
So then are you telling this jury that you cannot back, so first you said that's not a method you would use. And so you're now saying that there would be no way to try to ascertain how much cocaine that person originally took. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, through the training that we have as forensic toxicologists, we generally do not train individuals on how you would calculate a dose of a drug that someone used. Certainly through someone's expert opinion and training, they may try to do that, but that's not something that we typically do in forensic toxicology, to try to calculate a dose.
So what is pharmacokinetics?
So pharmacokinetics is the way that your body processes a drug. So it's broken down into 3 different areas: absorption, which is how the drug is absorbed into your body; distribution, which is how it's distributed throughout your body; metabolism, so breaking down cocaine to its metabolites; and then excretion through the kidneys into the urine. So pharmacokinetics is that process of what's happening in the body to a drug. And it's a very vast field. There's a lot of other parts of pharmacokinetics as well.
What is it used for?
So in forensic toxicology, a lot of the substances we deal with are not legal. You can't give them to humans. So a lot of times when we think about pharmacokinetics, especially for substances of abuse, we would look at pharmacokinetic studies generally in maybe a rat, and we'd see, well, how much drug was given to the rat, how much drug we're able to detect if we collected the rat's blood, how much of the drug was excreted through the rat's urine. There are some substances that are used in humans, like cocaine. I mentioned previously that there were studies looking at individuals ingesting capsules of cocaine, and through that same process, you can look at then peak plasma concentrations, as I mentioned, metabolites, all those different aspects.
So you'll agree with me then that pharmacokinetics is sometimes used to try to determine a dose amount?
I would not say pharmacokinetics is used to determine a dose. I don't think that would be the correct way to state that.
Well, how would you state it?
So I mean, the only time that this is really done in forensic toxicology is with alcohol. So you can look at, and you may be familiar with this, but you can look at, based on the amount of ethanol in someone's system, you can back extrapolate to potentially how many beers or how many shots or how many glasses of wine they took. The reason we can do that with alcohol is because of its pharmacokinetics and its linear elimination from the body. In the world of other drugs on humans, I'm really not aware of any pharmacokinetic properties or calculations that you would do to correlate those drug concentrations back to the dose. And in this case, the blood concentrations of cocaine back to an exact dose of cocaine consumed.
So you're stating that it is never utilized to try to determine a dose. Pharmacokinetics is never utilized in your field to try to determine a dose of cocaine? Is that your testimony, yes or no, sir?
So I am not in a forensic case like this. I am not aware.
As I said, ever. Is pharmacokinetics ever utilized to determine a dose of cocaine?
Well, as I mentioned before, in terms of a rat study, actually this can be, there are certain research studies where they may look at in the hospital trying to see how much they can control the amount of urine that is collected over a certain amount of time and do quantitative testing on that urine. There are some research studies that would look at trying to then calculate back the dose of a certain drug that was consumed. So there are aspects of forensic toxicology where that may come up. But in terms of a case like this, where you're looking at drugs for a legal case, that's a whole different realm from what we're talking about today.
So the answer to my question is yes, it has been done.
Yes, it has been done, but again, under the different premises that I mentioned.
But is your testimony in a case like this, you should not do that? Is that right?
It is my opinion that if I was asked to calculate the dose of cocaine consumed, that is not something that I would do.
And so then, based on your testimony, there is nothing we can do to try to determine the apparent amount of cocaine that was in her system at the time of ingestion.
Well, now you're asking two different things. The dose of cocaine would be the amount of cocaine outside the body that is then ingested in whatever form you want to ingest it. The amount of cocaine circulating in blood is a whole different thing from the dose. That's not the dose. That would be the circulating concentration of the cocaine.
I wasn't speaking about this, sir. I was speaking about trying to determine the amount of cocaine that Ms. Benning would have had to take in order to have the numbers that we see in her blood. I'm asking you a simple yes or no for this jury. Is there a way to try to make that determination, sir? Yes or no?
So I think I'm getting confused because you're talking about the 8,000 nanogram amount, and these are really two separate things. Yes.
Don't worry about the 8,000. Simply
Yeah.
listen to my question.
Let me ask it maybe in a more quicker way. Can you tell us whether she took an ounce, 2 ounces, or a kilo?
There would be calculations to potentially rule out really large amounts or really small amounts. I don't think that there is not a calculation to get an exact amount in the middle.
And so there are calculations to make an assumption.
Yes, and in a hypothetical world, to make an assumption, yes, I believe someone could do that.
And what would they use to do that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors. I mean, there's factors in terms of, right, you'd have to look at you'd probably take some sort of concentration that you're starting with from what we would detect. There'd be different parameters within the body, understanding, was this a larger or smaller individual? Did they have potentially a lot of blood, a little bit of blood? What is their different physiological parameters of them? Time is a really important thing.
I'm not asking about the factors. I'm asking about what would you call it? If it's not pharmacokinetics, in order to get to that answer, what would you call it?
Okay, so I would call it that it would be some sort of pharmacokinetic calculation, but it is not the entire field of pharmacokinetics.
Well, so then you can use pharmacokinetics to try to get to an assumption as to what amount of cocaine she took, correct?
Sure, yeah, somebody could, in theory, do that.
Thank you. So, in regards to that, have you done that calculation for this case?
No, as I previously stated, that would not be something that I would consider doing.
Now, and a number of, well, let me ask you this. What is a half-life of cocaine?
So the half-life is defined as the amount of time it takes for a concentration to half. So say, for example, at 1 hour, it's 800, and at 2 hours, it's 400. The number is halved over 1 hour. The half-life would be 1 hour. And you would expect then the half-life to continue 400 down to 200, down to 100.
Okay, so what is the half-life of cocaine?
I do not have that number off the top of my head. That's not something we typically would memorize.
Okay, but you will agree with me, there is a half.
Correct. There is a half-life of cocaine. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
And would you utilize that half-life if you were to employ the methods of pharmacokinetics to try to get to a number? I know it may not be accurate, but would you utilize that half-life?
Yes, if you were going to do this back calculation, one of the things in that equation that you would use, I would imagine, would be half-life. Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. As you sit here today, the number that you see on that NMS lab that's with the CFSRE lab ending in 889, you agree with me that I believe it's 78? Is that right?
Yeah, so the ecamine methyl ester concentration is 7,800.
No, the parent cocaine, is it 78?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, the parent cocaine concentration is 78. Yes.
And that number in and of itself is not just an abnormal high number, is it?
No, but again, this was not something
So I'm asking is about the parent cocaine and that number 78. That's not an abnormally high number, is it? Yes or no?
No, it's not that 78 alone is not a large amount, but again, there's a lot of factors that will go into it, and I've not reviewed this, so I'm not exactly sure sort of the time course of this.
I wasn't asking about the time, I was just asking about that number. Yeah. Okay. And so you'll agree with me also that that number 78 is in fact a number that someone could take on their own. Yes or no, sir?
Well, certainly cocaine can be taken on its own by an individual, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Kwiatkowski, Dr. Carney had testified that she adds the EME to the parent cocaine to estimate the total amount of cocaine level before it began creating the ME or breaking it down. Do you agree that that is a common method to use to estimate the value?
Yeah, so one thing I didn't explain, cocaine is a very unique drug. It's actually quite unstable. It can go through different processes of breaking down by enzymes or through hydrolysis. And it can break down to things like benzoylecgonine and ecgonine methyl ester. So because cocaine is sort of so unique, there have been different research studies looking at saying, okay, well, because we know it's an unstable drug, is there a way that through different calculations, we could potentially estimate how much cocaine was present at the time the blood sample was collected, rather than a few days or weeks or months later when that cocaine broke down?
And your testimony as a toxicologist is that you would not estimate that value because your testing is very precise, but you don't disagree with Dr. Carney using that.
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with Dr. Carney. Right.
And the state never asked you to calculate a dose, but you can't calculate the dose Ms. Benning ingested. Judge asked you about an ounce or a kilo, but it could have been much smaller than that, especially if it was dissolved in a liquid. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, one of those factors is, as I mentioned previously, time. Some of these pharmacokinetic studies, there's assumptions you're going to make. One assumption being that this was likely a healthy individual, normal processes, their heart was beating, their blood was flowing. If you're outside of those normal processes, some of these calculations start to break down. So again, I was not asked to do that. And again, it's a very complex process, and I just don't believe that that's something that would really be, I don't really think you could probably do it with the information that I have and the understanding I have.
That's what I was about to ask you. You cannot calculate the dose Ms. Benning ingested.
Correct.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Your Honor.
Now, you stated now, when I asked you the question, you told me that that was not a method you would use because it wouldn't be a definitive method. Are you changing your answer now?
Right. So when you say definitive,
No, you said definitive.
oh, sorry. When we use the word definitive, for example, in this case, when you have 78 and 7,800, I don't think it would be wise to put the two of those together and definitively say 7,778. If you're going to use it to as an estimation for the amount, that's one thing. But using the word definitive here, in my mind, that says to say exactly what this concentration is. And again, that's not. I don't know exactly what Dr. Carney's testimony was, but that's what I meant by not being definitive.
Actually, I think you said in a legal case like this, you would not utilize that type of method to get a definitive answer.
I believe I said that based on the calculation of the dose when you asked me.
By adding EME and the parent, right?
He's talking about your question when you wanted to see if he could determine a dose.
No, my question was to determine the
What
parent
is your
amount
question?
of cocaine. I want to be clear that you're saying if we were trying to determine the parent amount, we would not take the EME and the parent amount and put them together.
So again, I want to just make sure we're taking these two things apart. We're not talking about dose. So now we're talking about circulating amount of drug in the body. And in this case, taking the parent amount of cocaine and then the substance that the cocaine broke down into, understanding that those two substances are related and doing an estimate based on that is something completely different. And that's what I was just asked by the prosecution. Again, this is completely separate from the question of dose, how much someone ingests.
And when you were talking about the CFSRE record that did not show the fentanyl, and that would be 202300092, this was an opiate screen, was it not?
So our testing for
Yes or no, so was this an opiate screen?
so
One, you're way behind what was asked on the redirect. So number two, let him answer the question.
So the testing that we performed on both urine samples includes opiates and opioids.
So this was in fact an opiate screen?
So I would not characterize the testing that we did as an opiate screen. We consider it sort of a broad-based drug screen that includes opiates and opioids, as it does stimulants, benzodiazepines, and everything else. So if fentanyl was present in the first urine sample, it was in the scope of testing. And if we would have detected it, we would have reported it.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, would have, if fentanyl, if it was there, it would have been positive.
If fentanyl was present in the first urine sample, case 2023-0092, if it was present at levels detectable by our analysis, yes, it would have been reported.
So it could have been there, but it just wasn't at your detectable level.
Yes, that's how forensic toxicology testing works. As I mentioned with the levamisole and the cocaethylene, if something is below our threshold for detection, right, we would not be able to detect it, therefore not report it.
I just wanted to be clear so that the jury
What is your
understood,
question?
is that it was possible it was there, but it just wasn't above the level.
Correct, and we have a pretty low detection level for fentanyl. I don't know what it is exactly off the top of my head. I'd have to go look it up.
Any other questions?
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And can the prosecutor be excused?
This state is done with Dr. Kotulski.
We would say subject to recall.
Your Honor, if we can approach about that.
Okay.
Got me damn talking in my damn mic. I forgot my mic was muted. Ain't nothing happened. Ain't nothing happened. What happened was when I was right, then I wasn't right. And even when I was wrong, I was almost right. So we both gonna say okay. That's what happened. So basically what has just happened is the state apparently bought this toxicologist on so they can go ahead and shove it to Quinones Hollins and let the defense know they're wrong again. You said that there was a test at 22:59 or 10:59 p.m. and there was not. And so when they did that in an effort to kind of show the jury that there was no test at that time, she's lying about a test at that time, and therefore she's misrepresenting the evidence, they bring in this toxicologist who starts out saying there was no test at 10:59 p.m. and in the test that they did, they only got the sugar and the sugar byproducts. Only for him to get on cross and say, well, time is a construct. And technically, a broke clock is right twice a day. Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. So basically, what he just did is just said for the state that there's a possibility that sometimes something is in your system, but it's so low until there's enough of it absorbed for it to be considered in your system. So there could have been cocaethylene in the system in that first.
How many other exhibits does the defense have some issue about chain of custody, if any?
So basically, he was saying that when the state got up there and said that, hey, there was no test, she's lying about a test, and you ain't see nothing about cocaethylene, she got him to say, well, I'm not really paying attention to the time. I ain't gonna never look at the time. Time really ain't part of my job description. I just really test stuff. And so it don't matter what time it was collected. I'm just gonna test it. And since I tested it, when I test stuff, sometimes the numbers are so low, it don't come through as a result. But if you wait a little while and test it again, not paying attention to the time, it just might show up on that ass. And if you catch it enough, while it's there, it'll show up and then it could just go away again. And so therefore the defense, while the state is trying to prove that this cocaethylene don't exist and this first test don't exist, he didn't got up there and said ain't no such thing as time. The test could have existed because he ain't looking at the time. And since he ain't looking at the time, there's a possibility that the cocaethylene actually could have been there. It was just so low that it didn't pop up until now. See what I'm saying? It was just a big pissing match to try to make one person be wrong on a bunch of technicalities when at the end of the day, show me who sold the sugar. Who sold the sugar? Where the sugar source at? So it's like now at this point, trying to play these word games where she has to finally break down and say, can you give me a dosage? And we saw the judge finally say, listen, does she have an ounce, 2 ounces? Look, judge said, listen, just say the thing. Because at this point, we know that based on how potent the actual batch was, she could have had a lot or a little bit of a lot. And then when it comes to the cocoethylene, that's why I was kind of screaming in the chat, but stop, just tell us if there's any fucking thing else in the hospital that could come off in her system as ethylene and tie itself to that coke. Period. That's it. That's all we need to know. You can't give us a dose. Boom. Okay, so we don't know she had a whole lot of some stepped on shit or a little bit of some pure shit. Okay, so that's what we don't know. You keep trying to push that it's liquefied, but we have no idea what the liquid, how it was liquefied, who you would liquefy it. You ain't even give us a process on how to liquefy it, or furthermore, how somebody that don't partake in shit, don't even have a drink, would know how to liquefy it, or where they would get it from. Again, give me the source. Then you're gonna also add in the ingestion capsule. So she took a pill. Like, whew, God bless it. God bless it. God bless it. God bless it. I understand that we're trying to prove what was in her system, what was not in her system. I understand to the state it would be very important to try to prove that the Fenty was what was administered and was not in her system. The only bad thing about the Fenty is every single symptom that she had, I'm about to get me a Pepsi. Every single symptom that she had lined up more with a depressant or something that's going to slow down her activity rather than what your toxicologist and your forensic pathologist have said would be the effects of her having that much sugar in her system. And the main thing you said is when your heart gets to racing like that, the sugar's supposed to cause a heart attack, but her heart was intact. Truth is, those numbers don't tell us anything. Truth is, at the end of the day, what you just did was create more confusion and more doubt, because now you have him saying the absorption would take 50 to 90 minutes. You had the last person say 45 to 60 minutes. Both of those time frames actually put 3 people in her, around her vicinity, or something she would drink or eat or ingest in that time frame, not one. And seeing how one of those people was the only one with a rock charge. Oh my God. Okay. Bless it.
Okay, then they don't have an issue about Detective Reese.
Well, I think she's trying to, he's the one that collected it from the hospital, so I believe she's just, are you talking about 227?
You just heard what she says up here. They've got a third sample they want to get into. Do you have issues about that?
I don't know which sample it is. There are a bunch of tests in this.
It's the one that Detective Reese collected on February 27th, 2023. It's 1600. It's technically 1604. It's the urine sample. It went to the MPD crime lab. They
From what time?
February 27th, 2023. It's 1604.
Issues or not?
I would like for him to testify to establish it. But if he can testify that he was the one that picked it up and labeled it and put it in the Metro Nashville Police Department's vault, I would have no issues with it.
Okay. All right, let the jury step back down.
So we are calling him to that purpose at this time?
Apparently. Okay. I don't know what you're all going to call it. Would Dr. Grugaleri know when the second sample was taken? Is she here?
Judge, we have Dr. Mifflin here, and she has that information.
Okay. Just have a seat back there. The jury's taking a short break. And is Dr. Mitton out there? Yeah, bring her back in so we don't have to take another break of the comforter.
I'm just going to say this, and I hate to be the one to do it because we keep talking. I don't want to go into conspiracies, but you've given us 2 time frames in which 3 people were around things that she was immediately ingesting. And of those 3 people, 2 out of the 3 are rug users and in medical school and may actually know how to liquefy some shit. Might even have access to a lab or 2. Meanwhile, we're looking at the one non-rug user because she was pregnant by him, and but everybody has testified he wasn't even forcing her, and he had told his parents. What in the world are we listening to? Yeah, they got to bring on the source of the rugs, and they got to make it say Blaise. Everything they do needs to say Blaise, or I don't want to fucking hear it. This makes no sense. This is crazy. After having a war of the experts, probably words, and this girl is gone.
Did you do testing on a comforter?
I did.
They've made a statement that you made up that test. Is that accurate?
No.
Do you have questions about whether she made up a test?
Yes, briefly.
Okay, go ahead.
The testing that you
You
did.
can, so we can hear it on the mic.
I'm sorry, thank you. The testing, Dr. Mifflin, that you utilized for the comfort, was that a standard test that was previously approved and accredited?
So the physical testing on the instruments is,
On the comfort?
yes, but the preparation of the sample is unique. So how we figure out where to sample on the comforter, and then we do an extraction method to pull biological fluids and samples off of that inanimate object. But once that is extracted off of the comforter itself, it's run under the same methods that have been validated in the laboratory. So the testing itself is the only step that's unique is that initial preparation step.
And the preparation would be the gathering of the matrix from the actual comforter.
It's selecting the portion of the, in this case, a comforter, but selecting where you're going to be pulling samples from and testing. And then we prepare control samples in parallel along with the unknown sample being tested to show that the extraction is working properly, that all of the steps in that process are working properly. So it's still following all those same scientific methods.
Once you get the actual matrix to test, but in order to remove the actual substance to test, that is something that is unique, correct?
It is unique in this case, yes.
And that is something that,
Why is that?
Why is that? Because they're so rare that we get these kinds of cases, and each case is different. It could be a bloody t-shirt. It could be a bloody napkin. I mean, we don't do DNA testing, but we only do the drug testing, but it's,
So you cut something off of something that was on the comforter.
we cut, sample squares out of the comforter where stains were and in other locations where there were no stains.
Is there anything in that process that affects your findings?
We use the controls to make sure that they're not going to impact our findings.
Is there anything in that process that affects your findings?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, we run the same internal standards and the same controls that we do with a normal blood sample.
Didn't you have to use another control in order to make the test work that wasn't actually assigned to this particular matrix?
We do that as a safety control.
Hang on. I don't know what the matrix is.
Matrix is just another
Tell
term
They
for
make it
a
plain to
specimen,
talk
whether it's
about.
blood, urine, it's just a general term.
Now, what is your question?
The control that you
Good question.
the control that you developed originally didn't work, right?
No, that's incorrect. The controls worked.
What is it that you had to utilize from something else?
Oh,
Yes.
I believe you're asking about the external control. So in addition to, we take control spaces on the garment when possible, places where there are no stains. We also do an external control. It's called a negative external control. That is an additional quality control sample to ensure the accuracy of the test and ensure that
To be honest, I don't give a damn about
contamination isn't occurring in the laboratory, that our
if it has
processes are
on its
working.
own,
It's
like
just an
from
extra safety and control measure
controls.
performed.
and cocaine.
But when
What
you,
do?
the
That's
lab
what was
became
in her body.
accredited,
Tell me
they
where it
did
came
not
from.
approve the method that you utilized to extract the matrix from this comforter, did they?
I'm not sure that is under an accreditation. A forensic investigation like that isn't a category of accreditation.
Well, has that method ever been tested by your peers in terms of the one that you created, unique for this test?
It was peer reviewed and published.
I'm not speaking about for this test. Prior to this particular testing, that unique test that you created, has that, prior to this situation, been peer reviewed and or tested and or accredited?
Forensic investigations aren't under an accreditation category. So as far as I'm aware. The actual test itself, the test and the analysis is valid and accredited. The difference is the preparation, but a preparation may vary even on, say, a tissue sample. I may not use the same preparation for this liver tissue sample that I use for that brain tissue sample. So that's where that preparation step can vary a little bit, but it is done to get that biological matrix into a format that can be tested on those validated methods.
Because without you doing that, you can't test it. And my point is, there's nowhere in NMS labs, any of their systems, any of their standards of procedures that you can go to pick out what you had to create in order to test this particular.
There's a general standard operating procedure for forensic investigations, but it is highlighted in that standard operating procedure that the exact controls and the exact process for performing that extraction will vary based on the nature of the sample being tested or what we're trying to remove that biological matrix from. So in the past, we've tested, the laboratory has tested things like tampons, used clothing, bedding, sheets. We've been asked to pull blood off of metal. So each one of those matrices is going to be very different, and the ability of us to pull that fluid or that biological sample off of that object is going to vary.
So if you had it, why did you have to create a whole new one? Why did you have to get one that's only unique to this case?
Because each one of these requests is different. Each one of these is unique. The stains aren't going to be the same. They're not going to be the same matrices. It could be blood, it could be urine, it could be vomit, it could be brain matter, stomach contents. And so this is one of those instances where you really have to use an experienced toxicologist or person to go in there and try and determine where that location is for the biological sample and pull out the proper sampling from the article of clothing or metal or wood or whatever it is.
So can you explain then why is the standard written as opposed to one that NMS normally utilizes? This is not what you normally do, is it?
That's my handwritten notes that I was taking contemporaneously, telling you every step that I did that day.
Okay. Isn't this what you had to use in order to extract it?
That was me writing down exactly what I did during that extraction process.
And that is something that was unique to this case that has not been peer reviewed and or tested.
It was technically reviewed. It was technically reviewed by another scientist at the laboratory.
After you create, I'm talking about prior to.
But I was still following my standard operating procedure. I was using a methanol extraction. I was creating all the proper controls that are written in that standard operating procedure. I was following the method, but that method or that procedure gives me some flexibility in how I need to do that. So I was giving you very specific documentation of how I specifically did that.
If you could please just answer my question. Outside of the individuals who
You
tested,
just ask a question instead of adding what you want everybody to hear and what you think is very flashy. Just ask a question.
Your Honor, I promise I'm not doing that. I just want her
Don't
to answer the
outlive
question.
everything.
Has it, outside of the people in NMS, after you created it, is there anyone else that has peer reviewed this test so that it is
Somebody
an
has to peer
accepted
review
science?
this test under 702.
If the court feels that way, I'm fine. I just want to be able to ask the question.
How could they peer review it when it just happened?
And that is my point as to why we were objecting to the
Have
validity.
you ever had you personally, had any samples taken from a comforter that you found vomit on with some drugs in that you published or had peer reviewed
I mean, so this was included in a publication
afterwards?
after the test was performed, along with other forensic investigations that our laboratory has performed.
What you're saying is unique is taking it from a comforter.
It's not even that part is unique, it's just the having to do some extra steps to really prepare that sample is unique. I can't treat it just like a blood.
So what you did that makes your results unreliable.
I don't believe so.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, we would object and ask for a ruling from the court as to
Object based on what?
that it has not been peer reviewed and
What
or
hasn't
tested.
been peer reviewed?
The methods that she had to create in order to perform this, in order for it to
You've
move.
never done any samplings from any garments or blankets or
The-
blouses?
The laboratory has, that's what I'm trying to say, and we published on it. We share those duties. So I performed this one physically on a comforter. Other toxicologists within the company have performed them on other items of clothing. And so we did write up this unique preparation. It's not, and I wouldn't say it is unique to MMS. It's a similar method that's used for other types of unusual matrices. So dried blood spots, that's a very common test that's used in toxicology. It's a similar technique to that.
You've done that.
Dried blood spots I actually have in a previous job.
Does the state have any questions? On their objection, do you have any questions on this process?
Judge, I feel like she's fully explained.
Okay, you can step down.
Thank you.
The court is overruling my objection, Your Honor.
I've not gotten there yet. We'll 702, Daubert, GE versus Joyner, Kumo Tire. That list that's proposed under those cases is not all encompassing. It doesn't apply to every field. This lady, according to my understanding, sufficiently says that her findings aren't reliable just because having her notes that she's never cut up a comforter doesn't mean that her findings are not reliable and would assist this jury. So I'll allow her to testify about the comforter. All right, let the jury step back then. All right, if you'll sit that up to check.
Yes. I did.
Sir, would you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
It's Detective Adam Reese, ADAMREESE,
And Detective Reese, by whom you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department,
How long have you been, pardon me, with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
about 18 and a half years.
And were you working in that capacity in the month of February 2023?
Yes, I was.
What were your duties or assignments in February of 2023?
I'm a detective in the homicide unit and was at that time.
Get to the point of why you're on the stand at this particular time. On about February the 27th of 2023, had you become involved in an investigation concerning a young lady named Jade Benning?
Yes, I had.
And pursuant to your duties and responsibilities in respect to that case, did you have opportunity to go to Vanderbilt University Medical Center to collect an item of evidence?
Yes, I did.
And you recall approximately when that was?
It was on the 27th at approximately 4 p.m.
And where did you go when you arrived at the hospital?
I went to the room that Jade Benning was hospitalized in.
What was her condition, at least as far as you physically seeing her?
She was unconscious. I don't recall if she was intubated, but she was not in a position where I could talk to her.
Were there medical personnel present?
Yes, there were.
Or her family? Was her mother present?
Yes.
And who is that?
Bridget Burks.
And was there a reason for you being there and collecting evidence?
Yes, I was advised to come collect a urine sample directly from Ms. Bennett.
And did you do that?
Yes, well, a nurse
I was gonna say,
Collected
did you
it.
collect it?
in my presence and then handed it to me.
And how was that collected in your presence? Just what did the nurse do?
She collected it from a catheter bag where Ms. Benning's urine was collecting.
And What, if anything, was it collected in?
It was collected into a specimen cup.
And what did the nurse do with that specimen cup?
She put a lid on it and gave it to me.
And what did you do with that specimen cup?
I placed it in an evidence bag, sealed it with the adhesive, evidence tape label, and initialed it, dated it, and wrote the time down that it was sealed.
And was there documentation of that generated?
Yes, I mean, it was,
Paperwork?
yes, there was what we call a Form 110, which is a property and evidence submission form.
No objection.
All right, if I could have this group of 5 photographs be passed to you, Detective Reese. Detective Reese, you're being handed 5 photographs. Would you look at those and see if you recognize what is depicted in each of those?
Yes, 4 of these is the bag, the biohazard bag that the item was placed in. From 2 of them are before it's in and placed into an additional bag, and then the additional bag looks like it was probably applied by our property and evidence clerk that I gave the sample to. And then the item that's a document is a photo of the property and evidence submission slip that I completed at the time that I submitted the urine sample.
All right, I would tender those as the next numbered exhibit, athlete 36. All right. And of course, permission, could I publish them briefly and ask?
You want these?
I think just here.
Okay, let him.
I put up what I believe I just arbitrarily labeled A, which is now 36A, but what are we seeing in this photograph?
That is the property and evidence bag with the sample of urine that I just talked about placed inside.
And I believe you referenced there may have been additional labeling because the case went on from the property room.
Correct. So I placed it in one bag initially that was labeled for biohazard, and I sealed that with evidence tape. And then when I took it to the property room, they put it in an additional bag, and this barcoded label you see here is applied by them.
So is that the same specimen cup of urine that you watched the nurse get out of the catheter bag?
Yes.
And this is the, I might need to zoom in a little bit on that, but can you see anything that you recognize as being your handwriting?
Yes, there on that blue evidence tape. It's a little bit washed out by the light, but I can read it. It's a AR, which is my initial, and then a 2/27/23 for the date of February 27th, 2023, followed by 1603 HRS, which is 1603 hours military time, 4:03 p.m.
You referenced there was a photograph or 2 before the real packaging took place. Is that
Yes.
one of those, a clear bag?
Yes.
And then as things went on, biohazard added
Yes, and that's just the other side of the bag.
the other side. And is this the one that indicates collection time, case number, when it was submitted to the property room?
Correct.
And when you took it to the property room, what did you do with it? item of evidence?
I actually handed it directly over to one of the property and evidence clerks.
And is that what generated this document?
Yes, yeah.
36.
I completed that document on the computer, submitted it, printed it, and turned it over to them, and they placed it in cold storage.
Those are my questions relevant to this issue.
Okay. Any questions from the defense?
Thank you.
Who's the next?
Amanda Sweet.
I did.
Lord bless it. That head shape got me feeling like this is going to go very wrong. Lord, please see it through. I can't take much more today.
Thank you. Could you please tell us your name,
Amanda Sweet.
and could you please spell your first and last name for us?
Amanda, Amanda, Sweet, Sweet.
By whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the Metro Nashville Police Department in the crime laboratory.
And what do you do in the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory?
I am the Forensic Services Division Director, which includes the crime laboratory and our crime scene investigation unit.
How long have you been employed by the Nashville Police Department?
Since 2013,
And when you were first became a member of the police department, what were your duties?
I was hired to be the toxicology unit supervisor and to help start the Metro Nashville Police Department crime laboratory. So there, my duties were to oversee hiring of staff, procurement of instrumentation, method validations, and things to be able to do toxicology analysis. But then in 2019, I moved into a managerial role as an assistant director, and then as the crime lab director, and most recently, the forensic services division director.
And where is the crime lab located?
It's located above the Madison Police Precinct in Madison, Tennessee, northeast of Nashville.
And what types of examinations can be performed by the crime lab?
So we are considered a full-service laboratory that consists of several different forensic disciplines. We have latent fingerprints, tin print, firearms identification, drug identification, DNA testing, and toxicology testing.
Are there some things, though, that the lab does not do and are
Yes.
outsourced?
Yes, so even though we're a full-service laboratory, for example, our toxicology unit specifically does DUI testing, so driving under the influence analysis. And the best specimen for that type of testing is blood. So our panels for testing are limited to drugs that you would see in impairment cases. So anything outside of the realm of DUI testing, we will sometimes send to a private laboratory like NMS laboratories because they can do testing on different matrices like urine that we're not capable of doing just because it's outside of our scope of testing.
And pursuant to your duties and responsibilities, are you essentially a supervisor over what comes in and what goes out of the crime lab?
Yes, so as the division director, the crime lab falls underneath me in all those disciplines. Those supervisors report to a crime lab director who ultimately reports to me. So I oversee the operations and what samples come into the laboratory, what evidence we accept, and make sure that it's within the scope of testing that we can perform.
And are there certain protocols as far as accepting evidence into the crime lab?
Yes, we have an evidence receiving unit that has their own set of standards of how evidence is received and accepted. And we also follow accreditation guidelines. Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB. So we follow a set of national guidelines on how we receive evidence, how things are documented, how reports are issued from our laboratory.
And is that documentation retained with each specific case?
It is. We have a software called Justice Tracks in which we image all evidence that's received. That's where we have all of our notes, all of our analytical testing results, and our reports are issued through that system so that everything is tracked and documented.
And specifically, with respect to your laboratory case number 23-001060 involving Ms. Jade Benning, have you reviewed the materials and chain of custody, everything to do with that case as far as the crime lab is concerned?
Yes, I have.
All right, this time, could she be handed exhibit number 9? It's the previously introduced. Is it Miss Sweet, Officer Sweet?
Miss Sweet, I'm not an officer.
That's what I was gonna ask. Are you a sworn officer or
I'm a civilian within the police department. All crime lab employees are civilians. Nobody are sworn in the police department, crime laboratory. Yes.
You've just been handed our exhibit 9, it's the exhibit 9 to this proceeding. Would you look at that document and see if what is depicted in those photographs, if you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize this as a blood alcohol kit that we would routinely receive in our laboratory. You can see it has the Metro Nashville Police Department property and evidence label on it, and we routinely receive these for DUI cases.
Okay. And jury's previously seen these, so I'm not gonna redo that, but if you could turn to the, I'll look this up, the next to last, well, third from the last page. Alcohol. Did something like it's coming back up hopefully here now. Oh. Again, it was previously introduced, but do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And does that indicate alcohol toxicology request?
So this is a form that is located in the kit that we request the officer submitting the kit fill out that has some information regarding the case. And in this case, you can see where there are 2 blood tubes that were received with the specimen date collected and time collected. the registered nurse that collected the blood sample, and they are requesting an alcohol and drug screen on this case.
Now, I'm gonna go down to where it says for laboratory use only. What is that part of the document reflecting?
So the top half of the document is where the officer will fill out the form. The bottom half is once we receive it in the laboratory, the technician that receives the blood actually opens the kit up, will document the specimen accession date and time. So that's the date that she received this into the actual toxicology unit from our evidence receiving unit. The time that she opened the kit, she's indicating that the kit is sealed, what the unique crime lab number that was assigned this kit is, her name, and what specimens were received. So in this case, there were 2 blood tubes. They were labeled 001-01, 001-02, an approximate amount of blood in those. And these were full tubes, so there were 10 milliliters of blood.
And down, excuse me, at the very bottom of is that a picture of the tubes?
Yes, it is. That's a picture of the tubes that were received within that kit.
You say received, how does that take place? From the Metropolitan National Property Room, or where it's stored, how does that get to you? And is that accounted for in your chain of custody document?
So we receive samples directly from our property and evidence storage location. An officer will bring evidence out daily to the laboratory and hand it off to our evidence receiving technicians to log it into our system and to store it in the evidence in a vault until it's ready to be analyzed by a scientist. The property room is also ran by the Metro Nashville Police Department. It's located off Trinity Lane, and they will go around to police precincts daily and collect evidence that is submitted, or people can drop evidence off at the property room directly.
Can we say people can drop evidence off?
I'm sorry.
Would it be law enforcement?
It would be law
officers?
enforcement. My apologies. Yes, it would be law enforcement officers would drop evidence off at the property room.
Just briefly show you the last photographs. Again, there is a little bit of a glare, but can you see what is depicted?
Yes. This is a copy of how the tubes are currently located in the laboratory. So the first page was how the tubes were received from the hospital with the hospital labels. This is an image of the tubes once we received it, once we put our labels on it and how it's being stored currently.
There appears to be a little something that's yellow. You can see on one of them. Does that have any significance?
Yes, so that is a return label from NMS Laboratories. So we kept tube 1 in-house to perform an alcohol analysis. We shipped tube 2 out to NMS to perform drug testing on the sample. So tube 2 came back to us with a return label from NMS Laboratories.
That's all I was going to ask you about that if you want to set it aside. But do you have your chain of custody report, copy of it with you?
I do.
And council's been provided a copy of this. You referenced that one of the tubes was designated as 00101, is that correct?
Yes.
And the other was 00102.
Yes.
Now, does it start off though as just being collective 001?
That is correct. 001 is the actual kit. It's given that number, and then any item within that kit is sub-itemized and given a unique number. And that's where the 001-01 and 001-02 come into play, the two separate tubes.
When you say kit, is that the collection box?
Yes.
Evidence box? And does it indicate when and from whom that item came into the crime lab's custody?
Yes, the kit was received by the crime laboratory on February 27th, 2023 at 10:25 a.m. by Daryl Osment, and that is an officer with our property room.
And was it then logged into the crime lab?
Yes, it was received by Barbara Reed, and she is an evidence receiving technician with the crime laboratory. And she, once she received it, that's when she would image the kit, and then she would give it a unique crime lab number, and then it goes to a storage location, which is a vault within the evidence receiving unit.
As far as security, what type of security is there on items of evidence that come to you for examination?
So our crime lab has essentially 3 levels of security, the vaults being the most secure. There are other people within the police department that have access to the crime laboratory hallways, but the units are locked down specifically to crime lab employees. And the vaults are specifically locked down to people that work within that unit, myself and the crime lab director only. So it is very limited access.
Now, does the chain of custody indicate that 001-01, what happened to that tube after it was removed from the box and separated?
Yes, so those tubes, once Jessica Brooks, who works in the toxicology unit, she's a senior scientist there, she retrieved the kit from our evidence receiving unit, and that's when she took custody of it to actually open the kit, verify that it was sealed before she opened it, and to take the images that we have already referenced of the blood tubes and the form that was within the kit. And then after that, she puts it into a refrigerator that's located within the toxicology unit, also in a vault location that only is accessible to the people in that unit, myself, and the crime lab director.
And what happened to that? Was it relabeled the 001-01 and the 001-02 at that time?
Yes, when Jessica took possession of the kit and itemized the blood tubes, at that point they received our unique crime lab label with those with that description on it.
And would it also be with your unique crime lab number?
Yes.
And what, if anything, occurred with 001-02?
It followed the same steps where she took images of the evidence and she put a crime lab label on it with our unique crime lab number and labeled that second tube 001-02. And those are also on the images that we previously referenced, where you can see the unique number on each tube.
And what, if anything, happened with that tube, the 02? Was it examined by a juror lab or referred out?
02 was the tube that was sent to NMS laboratories. 01 is the tube that remained in-house for the alcohol analysis that was performed.
Are you familiar with NMS labs?
I am, yes.
And how so?
We have worked with NMS labs for approximately 6 years to provide some testing for our toxicology unit. We had to use them for testing. We have to make sure that they follow the same accreditation standards that our lab does as part of our accrediting body requirements. So they are also accredited by ANAB, so we know that they follow the same set of guidelines that we would follow when testing. And we also had to get approval from the police department to send cases to NMS laboratories for testing.
And was 02 sent to the NMS labs?
Yes, it was.
And when was that done?
That was sent to NMS laboratories on March 6th, 2023 at 10:45 a.m. That's when it was packaged and scanned out to NMS Laboratories. And in this process, it's going to be put in a sealed kit within a sealed box. And we have a FedEx tracking label so we can see where that is in the process.
And with respect to that particular item, after it is FedExed to NMS, did it return to your possession?
Yes, it was returned to our laboratory from NMS Labs on March 30th, 2023, and we took possession of it at 3:09 p.m.
And where are those 2 tubes today?
Those 2 tubes are currently being stored in a hold refrigerator within our toxicology unit at our crime laboratory.
Were there other items submitted to the crime lab with reference to Jade Benning's case?
Yes, there were.
Was one of those urine specimen collected by Detective Reese?
Yes,
And did it go through the same protocol as far as being brought to the lab, checked in, given its own number?
it did.
And what was that particular item? What number was it given?
The specimen cup of urine was given item number 002.
And, pardon me, when was it received into the crime lab?
That was received on March 2nd, 2023 at 12:21 p.m. from our property room. The same officer, Daryl Osment, also brought that sample to us, and it was received by Barbara Reed, our evidence receiving technician, and then placed into an evidence freezer for storage.
So by being an evidence freezer, was the urine sample frozen?
Yes, it was stored frozen at that time.
And is that protocol
Yes.
policy? What was the progression of that item from the freezer?
So that item, the original container that the urine came in stayed within our laboratory, but we took an aliquot, a portion of it, to send to NMS Laboratories. We did not want to send the entire specimen. We wanted to preserve some at our laboratory. So it was itemized as the cup of urine was 002-01, and then the aliquot taken to send to NMS Laboratories is 002-01-AA.
When you said aliquot, could you spell that and tell us what that is?
So that's essentially taking a sample of it. We took a portion of the urine from the original cup so that we didn't send the entire sample out in case we needed to do additional testing in the future. So it's just a portion of it that was put in a separate vial and given a separate label with the 002-01-AA to recognize that it came from 002, but it was a separate portion taken out, and that followed its own chain of custody that was being sent to NMS Laboratories so that we could track the original container as well as that sample that was taken.
Did the original container ever leave Metropolitan National Crime Lab?
The original container never left our crime laboratory. It just moved from an evidence vault into the toxicology unit for storage in a refrigerator there.
And is it still there today?
It is.
Now, with respect, though, to the sample, what happened to it, the one that was taken from the original container?
So that portion of the urine was sent to NMS Laboratories on March 6th, 2023 at 10:45 a.m. That's when it was scanned and put in the box to be sent via FedEx.
Same procedure as they discussed previously, correct?
Yes, it is.
And, pardon me, was that ultimately received back from NMS, or did they keep it?
That was received back from NMS on March 30th, 2023 at 3:09 PM. And then it has been stored in a vault location within the toxicology unit since it was received back.
And are there photographs documenting what you just testified about with respect to the items and their receipt into the crime lab?
Yes.
I don't know if I could ask this to be passed to witness and counsel.
He's just wanting you to look through it and see if you
Yeah.
recognize.
And see if they're pertaining to the urine specimen we've just been discussing.
Yes, yes.
Or can you give it
Ask those be marked as the next way to exhibit and allowed to publish. 30 seconds.
Go ahead. Thirties.
Here's already seen one or two of these, but I'll just. And does that appear to be standard Metropolitan Police Department packaging and have the documentation?
Yes, it does. You can see that the larger label, that is our property room label where it went there prior to being submitted to the laboratory. And then the label kind of on the right with the barcode is the crime laboratory label with the unique crime laboratory number. And it's hard to see here, but it says 002 is the number.
And is this picture of the backside of the bag?
Yes, it is.
You've sort of seen this with a picture of the bag, of the urine container in the bag prior to it being labeled.
Yes.
And reference to barcode and the identifying information, does this also contain the crime lab number, case number?
It does. That is our crime laboratory label with our unique crime lab number. And you can see now the outer packaging was labeled as 002, but then now the sub item for the actual urine is 002-01. So that's the label that went on the actual urine.
The one that went into the freezer?
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a photo of the aliquot or sample of urine that was taken from the original container that was going to be shipped to NMS laboratories. So you can see it now has a crime lab label that the submission is 002-01-AA to represent that it came out of that original urine container, but that it is a separate sample so that we can track its movement specifically to NMS laboratories and back to our laboratory.
And last one.
That is the same urine, now with an NMS. That is NMS's barcode that we're looking at there.
And is that how it would look when it came back to you from NMS?
Yes, so once NMS receives it, they will place their own label on it, and this is routine how we receive samples back from them with their label.
To this back. 37. I believe you previously said when that came back, it went to the cold storage. Is that correct?
Yes, it's in a storage location within the vault within our toxicology unit.
And how, if at all, do you know that it is still there?
I, last week, went back and I visually looked at it to verify that it was in there. I also asked a evidence tech or a forensic scientist within the unit to take photos of that evidence and to show the state that it is currently in the laboratory. So on June 18th, I asked her to re-image everything in the case to show that it was located in this refrigerator number 6. But before she did that, I went back in the refrigerator and looked at the evidence to verify that it was in that location.
Is there any standard retention period for, let's say, blood that comes in for a DUI case?
For routine DUI cases, we will keep samples for 1 year, and then after that year, they will be destroyed unless we receive a hold request. But anybody, the defense counsel or the prosecution or an investigator can always send us an email requesting a sample to be held. If they think that court might be coming up, it might take longer than that 1 year. So we will routinely hold cases upon request if necessary.
And was there such a request made in this case?
Yes.
And you referenced having someone take pictures of the items that you visually saw were still there. If I
Yes.
could have this, council's.
If you take a look through those, and see if you recognize those photos.
Yes, I do.
I believe that would be 38. Publish at least 1 or 2 of these. Where is the refrigerator located where these items are?
It's within the vault of the toxicology unit.
Is it in a secure part of the building?
It is, it's badge access only, and only the individuals that work within the toxicology unit, myself and the crime lab director, have badge access to that vault location.
Put up 1 and this appeared to be well, you tell us, what are we seeing here?
This is with the refrigerator door open. This is the location where the case is being stored in the refrigerator.
And one thing I'm gonna try to zoom in here, if I can. There in the corner, what do you see there?
So anytime that we take an image and upload it into the case file, it is, an annotation is burned into the image. So this represents the case number, the technician that took the photographs, and the date that she took the photographs.
And June 18, 2026. last week.
Yes.
And does that image appear on any and every photograph of everything that's at the crime lab?
It does, because our software actually puts that in there, whoever's logged into the computer that scans the image in. So it's a timestamp that's put by our software on that image.
So if somebody scans the picture, we know the date.
We know the date.
So this one just for the sake of. So we see the word hold on that.
They write that on the bag just to make sure that it doesn't get destroyed.
This one we can see not only hold. Does this also appear to be what you talked about, the tubes that are still there?
Yes, and you can see the actual crime log number, the CL-23-001060. You can see that on the labels within that bag, within the hold bin.
Anything about the handling of evidence involving this case out of the ordinary as far as using FedEx, MJS lab, retaining the evidence? Was it handled according to your protocol?
Yes, this was handled according to our protocol. I've thoroughly reviewed our chain of custody and have seen no issues or discrepancies with our ship date, when NMS received the samples, when they shipped them, when they returned back to us. And we routinely use NMS laboratories, so we will make shipments to them almost every month, routinely. So this is a very common process for us.
And would that be true for any other items that may have come into the crime lab regarding this case and then gone out for further testing?
Yes, we also outsource cases for DNA to another laboratory, and they follow the same standard protocols.
And larger items or items, containers, do they eventually go back to the property room?
So it depends on the type of analysis requested in the unit. Toxicology cases do not go back to the property room. They stay in-house for 1 year, and if we have no hold requests, then the evidence will be destroyed after 1 year.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
My question.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sweet.
Good afternoon.
Saw a whole bunch of pictures that just came up, and I'm not gonna ask you about individual pictures, but one thing I was kind of noticing as they were coming across is we're talking a lot about labels and how things were labeled, and that seems to be a very important part of what you do and what the crime lab does. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you take a lot of care to make sure things are labeled accurately.
Yes, we do.
And there's a lot of different kinds of labels too, is that right?
We have, in our laboratory, our labels are pretty uniform on what we put on the case as far as a crime lab number and specific item number.
Well, let me clarify that, because that was kind of a bad question. I noticed different types of labels, like you have a label for your crime lab, right?
Yes,
And NMS Labs has their own label.
yes,
There's sometimes tape across the top that says evidence on it. That's a kind of label, right?
that would be, I would consider that a kind of seal.
Okay,
Yes.
seal, and that's important too, right?
It is.
There was even on one of those outside bags that someone wrote in marker "hold" on it, right?
Yes, that was somebody in our toxicology unit.
that's a direction, but that's kind of a label too, right?
Yes,
So there's all, and I'm being a little like, big picture here, but there's all kinds of labels that help people know what to do with certain kinds of specimens, right?
yes,
And it's important that those labels are accurate, right?
it is.
And part of your job, you're maybe not doing all the labeling, but you're kind of overseeing, making sure that everything is done in the right way, or that your lab is operating in the right way, right?
Yes,
And that's part of because you're a manager, right?
yes,
And then, am I right? And did I understand it that in your managerial role, you're kind of like a in-between person for communications between these different entities?
I am. I'm an in-between person communicating with our police department, with other laboratories and agencies, yes,
Sure, so you work for the police department,
yes,
in the lab, but still for the police department.
yes,
Sometimes you communicate with the actual detectives or whoever's investigating the case.
yes,
Sometimes you communicate with NMS labs.
yes,
Sometimes you communicate directly with the district attorney's office.
yes,
And as part of that, you're one of the people that helps make sure everybody knows what needs to be done at various parts of the investigation.
yes,
So if NMS Labs needs some information on what kind of test needs to be done for what specimen, are you the person that helps kind of connect that information between agencies?
myself or the toxicology unit supervisor specifically would probably be more involved in that in most scenarios with our DUI cases. But they are the ones responsible for what testing panel is being ordered.
So for example, and let me know if you remember this, I think we even maybe had a call about this several months ago. There was a situation in this case where there was some testing requested and some testing not requested. Do you remember that vaguely? And I'll ask more specifically if that helps.
Yes, if you could, that would be helpful.
So do you remember there was a comforter in this case that there was some testing done
Yes,
and some initial, we don't have to talk about the reasons for this or the specific results necessarily, but like initial panels suggested that there was cocaine, fentanyl, marijuana, and amphetamines at a very kind of low level screening. Remember that?
I do remember that.
And that there was some subsequent communications about what do we want further testing on. And you were involved in those communications, right?
I was with some of the specimens. I don't know, I'm not aware of all the specimens, only what came through our laboratory and was sent. But I was involved in some of what was being tested as far as ordering the panels.
Sure. And ultimately the decisions were made, we're just going to test for cocaine and fentanyl, right?
Yes,
And there were probably reasons for that. There was a lot of communication surrounding that. You may or may not have been the person making that decision, but you're involved in the communications, right?
I was.
And those communications are really between kind of the toxicologist and maybe the DA's office and law enforcement who are investigating the case, right?
Yes,
And you are kind of involved in coordinating that.
I was.
And ultimately, you did end up being kind of present at like this final team meeting before a charging decision was made in this case, weren't you?
I was involved in a meeting to discuss some of the samples and what was ordered and things like that, yes.
And that was sort of with the detective and the district attorney's office, and you were kind of there to help explain what was done in the toxicology in this case, right?
Yes, what samples we had received, what samples had been sent out in regards to what we had in our laboratory.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Can you read your record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who would the next witness be?
Judge, the next witness would be Dr. Mithen. I do recognize the hour. If I might suggest a possibility, she could clarify the collection time for the 2 CFSRE reports.
If you're ready to call her as a witness.
I am, but I am also understanding of the time.
Or we'll go till we finish. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step down the hall, we haven't taken the break that you did, so we'll take a short break and then come back with this last witness for the day. Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mendon. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Carrie Midthun.
And could you please spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
First name is Kari. Last name is Midthun.
Where are you employed, Dr. Mendon?
NMS Labs.
And can you describe what is NMS Labs?
NMS Labs is a large private toxicology laboratory. They specialize in both forensic toxicology, so driving under the influence of drug investigations, postmortem toxicology testing, specialty testing for things like metals, volatiles, special matrices like hair, neonatal testing, and then they also perform clinical testing. So testing forwarded from hospitals, testing forwarded from reference laboratories, things of that nature.
And what is your position at NMS Labs?
I'm a forensic toxicologist.
How long have you been in that position?
I've been at NMS for more than 6 years, but working in forensic toxicology longer.
Where were you at before NMS?
Immediately prior, I was at a company called United States Drug Testing Laboratories. It's out near Chicago. It's also a toxicology lab. And then in addition to that, I worked for several years as a forensic scientist at the New York State Police Forensic Investigation Center.
And what is your background, kind of training and experience to be a forensic toxicologist?
So the training is very specific and on the job, but then in addition to that, I have an educational background that includes bachelor degrees in both chemistry and biochemistry from the University of Wisconsin at Madison. And then in addition to that, I've earned a Master of Science and PhD in chemistry and chemical biology from Cornell University in New York.
And can you approximate how many specimens that you have analyzed over the course of your career?
At the bench, thousands. In the capacity of a case reviewer, tens of thousands.
And have you been previously qualified as an expert in toxicology?
Yes.
And have you, I guess, how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
I have no idea off the top of my head. It's more than 10. This year alone, I've testified in California, Montana, Florida, Pennsylvania. Trying to think if I did any video testimonies. I did a video testimony with the state of Washington.
And you were qualified as an expert witness, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you analyze samples related to Ms. Jade Benning?
I did.
And at this time, I would tender Dr. Mithun as an expert in toxicology.
No objection. Okay, all right, again, ladies and gentlemen, this witness will be allowed to give an expert opinion. You can place such weight as you choose to apply. Okay.
Dr. Mithun, are you familiar with CFSRE?
Yes.
And can you describe what kind of experience do you have with that lab?
So NMS Labs and CFSRE, which is the Center for Forensic Science, Education and Research, they are owned by the same family of companies or families. So the NMS side is more of the for-profit routine testing side. So individuals and agencies submit their samples. We perform the testing as a for-profit. The CFSRE side is more academic and research-based. So it's just a separate side to kind of two different heads and for different purposes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Alex Koltuski?
Yes.
Are you, I guess, did you forward any samples to him during the process of analyzing different samples from his Benning?
The laboratory did, yes.
Not you personally.
Not me personally, correct.
Can you describe, how does that work? If someone wants to have some type of sample tested, do they request a certain person? Like, do they request that it be sent to you? Or how do those assignments get made?
It can happen in many different ways. It can happen during the course of testing for an NMS case where we've identified a possibility that there's a drug or something in the background, and we don't have the capabilities to perform the test, but we think CFSRE might have that ability. So then we would ask permission from whoever submitted the sample. If they are willing and okay with it, we can then proceed to assist with transferring the sample or a portion of the sample over for the additional testing. Sometimes the request is made without us having to reach out. They just indicate that they would like that sample sent over. It happens organically, just depends on the nature of the case.
And how many scientists from NMS worked on different samples related to Ms. Benning?
I have no idea what the total number is. NMS works in a very departmentalized system. So we have different departments performing different functions. So one department may just perform the alcohol testing. Another department may just perform the screen test. A separate department may perform some of the additional tests, such as a marijuana cannabinoids test. And so all of those different pieces are working simultaneously. When that finishes, it comes to my department, which is the toxicology department. We perform a final case review. So we're bringing all those pieces back together. So before the case ever reaches me, it could have touched dozens and dozens of individuals, depending on how much testing was required.
But were there other toxicologists that performed the same testing that you do that tested different items related to Ms. Benning's samples?
Yes, there were at least two others. Actually, there were a total of 5 that were involved in the case review for the number of cases that came through with that naming.
And have you reviewed and done your own testing for any of the samples that we're presenting in court today?
I re-reviewed 2 of them by request.
And the others, you were the original examiner, is that correct?
All but 2 of them. All but 3 of them. One of them went out without a signature. It was a clinical request that did not require a forensic toxicology review. And then 2 separate work orders were reviewed by other toxicologists within the department.
I am going to ask that this witness be handed Exhibit 34. And Dr. Mitten, I'm also going to hand you several pages from your litigation packet related to NMS Work Order 230788991. Dr. Mitten, do you recognize those 2 items?
I recognize the NMS final report.
And does the NMS final report for work order 230788891, does that match the CFSRE report?
There is an indication here, yes, that they refer to each other, yes.
And there were samples from NMS that were transferred to CFSRE, is that correct?
Yes.
And these 2 things correspond.
Yes.
There was a page denoted with a post-it in the litigation pack paperwork.
Yes.
Can you describe that barcode in the middle of the page that is titled Analysis Requisition?
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing analysis requisition. On the page with the yellow,
Yes, at the top of the page, does it say analysis requisition?
oh, I'm sorry, yes, it is this, I thought the sticky note was pointing me towards something, so yes, the top of the page.
The note is on the page that has that title.
Oh, good.
The sticky note is right under the barcode. Can you describe what is that barcode?
So this was a barcode placed on the requisition or submission form by the agency prior to it. So it's some form of a sticker barcode placed by the agency prior to them sending it to NMS. So it is adhered to the form, and then this is a photocopy of that.
And can you read out the barcode specimen ID number that's under the barcode for the record?
Yes, there's 23-056-007049A.
And can you also read for the record what the patient name as well as the date of birth is on this requisition request?
So the sample ID patient name was listed as Mayotte, VUH, with a first name of Stat Feb.
And at this time, I'm going to ask the witness be handed 2 pages from Exhibit 11, is page 70 and page 279. And there is a sticky note on the first page. Is there a corresponding specimen ID number on that page 70 of the medical record?
So there is a specimen collected with a test ID noted that matches that number I just read from the barcode, which matches the same number that was on the sticker of the requisition form.
And is that specimen collected at 22:59 on February 25th of 2023?
According to the timeline here, yes.
And that was submitted to NMS Labs for the NMS work order 230788891, correct?
Yes.
And then that sample was then transferred to CFSRE, is that correct?
Yes, no testing was performed on that sample at NMS. It was transferred directly over.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the NMS litigation packet be entered as the next numbered exhibit. And I would also ask to publish the first page of that along with previously introduced exhibit number 34.
Okay, cool. Let them pull out the exhibit they're wanting more.
Thank you.
So, yeah, is that the one you're wanting more?
One
You
of
said
the
you wanted the
exhibit-
litigation package
The
more.
one in your
Where
left
is
hand
that?
is the one that I would like to introduce as an exhibit.
All right,
And then I
that'll
just
be 30.
wanted her to retain the 2 pages of medical record numbers, so you don't have
You
to go
have
to the
that.
binder.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there anybody that can turn on the system?
Yeah, switch it over. Switch it to, you want it on the card?
I want it on the
Computer.
computer. And Dr. Minton, again, you have your work order on your report, and then that same work order number is on the CFSRE report, correct?
Correct.
And this is for the urine specimen from Vanderbilt University Medical Center, February 25th, 2023, collected at 22:59, and you have matched up that specimen ID, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is for patient Jade Benning, date of birth, March 6, 1998. It's at the top of the medical record that you have.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was
Great.
gonna say, it's not on either of the CFSRE or NMS lab reports at this time, but it does, yes, correspond to the same medical number on the top of the medical records for Jade Benning.
And you have page 70 of the medical record that gives the collection time, as well as page 279 of the medical record that lists that same specimen ID, and it has a reference to the NMS labs report and has your signature on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And I can ask that the witness be handed exhibit number 35. And if you could just retain that, I'm gonna ask that you be handed NMS final report 2307889, as well as a portion of the litigation pack from that same report 2307889. It's pages 6 through 10 of the litigation packet. Do you recognize those documents, Dr. Mitten?
I recognize the NMS report and then pieces of information from the NMS litigation packet. I had not reviewed the CFSRE report prior.
Which that's already an introduced exhibit. Is that the NMS report that corresponds to that work order number?
Yes, they both reference the work order 230788899.
And is that work order, it is Dr. Kotelewski's report, exhibit 35. Do you recognize the work order on Dr. Kotelewski's report?
Yes.
And his case number is 2023-0090, is that correct?
Yes, that's the CFSRE assigned unique number.
And Your Honor, at this time, I am gonna ask that NMS report be made an exhibit, but I would ask the witness to be able to retain it for a moment.
Okay, go ahead.
And may I publish that exhibit, which is now exhibit 40, along with previously introduced exhibit number 35. And again, Dr. Minton, do we have the NMS work order number on both of these reports?
Yes.
And I am going to ask that Dr. Minton be handed pages 320 and 321 from exhibit 11.
Okay.
Dr. Minton, do you have the analysis requisition form as part of that paperwork
Yes.
with the barcode?
Yes.
Perfect. Can you read out the barcode for that analysis requisition form?
So beneath the barcode, the number is 23-057-004, I believe it's 143A.
And the medical record that you were handed, the 2 pages, do you see that exact same specimen ID in those medical record pages 320 and 321?
I do see it on the bottom of page 321. I'm looking on page 320.
I think it's just on 321, those 2 pages just go together.
Okay, I see it, yes. It is clearly noted on the bottom of page 321.
And does that have that specific specimen ID?
Yes, it does.
And do your NMS records reference the date of collection for that specimen?
They do not.
So you validated the specimen ID, correct?
The,
Barcode.
yes. Oh, I mean, there is a collection noted on page 321. However, NMS was not provided that, so it's not on the NMS report.
But you have that specific barcoded specimen ID, correct?
Yes,
And that specific number is also listed on page 321 of the medical record, is that correct?
yes,
And that collection date is February 26th of 2023 at 13:35,
yes,
is that correct?
yes.
And that is page 321 of Exhibit 11. And just, can you verify that at the top of that medical record, it also has Jade Benning's name as well as her date of birth of March 6, 1998?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that litigation paperwork be entered as the next numbered exhibit. I believe it was pages 6 through 10.
Right. If you get her report, she was gonna hold on to it. It was gonna be 40, and yet you want the package?
To be 41.
Okay. Right, yeah, give those to the clerk.
Your Honor, may I ask that the witness be handed exhibit number 32?
Okay. Litigation. Okay, so we don't need that.
Do you have exhibit 32 documented?
Yes, I do.
And can you turn, I apologize, I don't have the page number with me, but there is an NMS report that is incorporated incorporated within Dr. Kearney's autopsy. Do you see that?
I do.
And I have pages 15 through 27 of the litigation packet, as well as a copy of NMS report 23126889, report issued March 19th of 2026. I'm going to ask that the witness be handed these two items.
Okay.
Dr. Vincent, do you recognize the litigation packet as well as the report that is dated March of 2026?
Yes, I do.
And did you complete that March of 2026 report?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with the report that is in the autopsy of Dr. Aaron Kearney?
Yes, the original report from May of 2023, yes.
And who did the original report?
So the original report was reviewed by, at the time, Megan Pringle, now Hessler.
And can you describe what, if anything, did you do regarding the samples that Megan Hessler previously analyzed?
So I performed a re-review of the case, but I performed it from fresh. I looked at all of the data on my own fresh, didn't rely on her report to generate my report. And so based on my review of the findings and then all of the data generated, I created this secondary report. It's labeled corrected because it is different and separate from the original that was issued. As part of our process, we have to notate if there's any difference or if there's a second report ever issued. And so the NMS system of doing that is to label this as a corrected report because the signature changed. My signature now replaces hers.
And did you do your own independent analysis?
Yes,
And did you come to your own independent expert opinion?
I did, yes.
And did you reflect that in that corrected report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Mithen's report be entered as the next numbered exhibit. I would ask that she be able to retain it during testimony, but may I publish it to the jury?
Okay,
Will be
We were just raised same objection.
okay. Or it'll be 42.
42, and then if I can have the litigation packet, be 43 with correspondence.
All right, where's the litigation packet? Or give that to that gentleman right there. You want that marked separately?
Yes.
43.
And Dr. Mithen, do you recognize the document that is on the screen next to you?
Yes.
Which this is just the first page of your report. Your report is actually multiple pages, is that correct?
Correct.
But does this summarize your findings?
Yes, the front page is a good summary of the findings.
And can you state for the record the work order?
The work order here is 23126889.
And is that the same work order that is on the original report of Ms. Hessler that's part of Dr. Kearney's autopsy in Exhibit 32?
Yes, it is.
And specifically, can you describe what was the item in 001 that you analyzed?
So 001 is a hospital tube The collection date and time noted were February 25th, 2023 at 22:31.
And who sent that in to NMS Labs?
This was submitted through the Forensic Medical Management Services, or FMMS.
And can you describe what is the collection date and time that is listed on the report?
So the date and time provided was, again, February 25th, 2023 at 22:31.
And this is kind of a zoom in. It still has your work order as the collection date and time. Can you describe your findings for hospital blood 001?
Yes, the sample confirmed positive for the presence of cocaine and metabolites, including benzoyl-ecgonine and ecgonine methyl ester.
And are your results consistent with forensic scientist Megan Hessler? Or toxicologist, I apologize.
Yes, they are.
And are you familiar that Dr. Carney, who does something completely different than you do as a toxicologist, that when she is trying to estimate the number of apparent cocaine when she has ecgonine methyl ester, that she adds those two numbers together?
I became aware of it while preparing for today. It was mentioned to me, yes.
And is that something that you as a toxicologist, you do not estimate these?
We do not.
You are finite, very specific numbers. Is
We
that
like our
correct?
facts and figures, yes.
But are you familiar with forensic pathologists that they interpret toxicology results as part of their profession?
They use it to add to the context of the case information that they have in order to perform their job, which is determining the cause of death.
And so what you're doing and what she's doing are two separate things. Is that correct?
That's very fair, yes.
And can you just read into the record what the results were for the three substances related to the 001 hospital blood from February 25th, 2023 at 22:31?
So the results were benzoyl-ecgonine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, cocaine at 78 nanograms per milliliter, and ecgonine methyl ester at 7,800 nanograms per milliliter.
And the test that you ran, did it also test for cocoethylene?
I believe so. One second. Yes, cocoethylene is within the scope of that test, yes.
And did it also test for several other narcotic substances?
A separate test was asked and requested to be performed for designer opioids.
And were any found?
No, none above any detection limits or reporting limits.
Are these the only substances that were found in the blood that was tested from that first hospital blood?
The only findings within the scope of what we were asked to test.
And one of those was cocaine, correct?
Yes,
And then also designer opioids, is that correct?
yes.
And specifically, did you also test the item 003 of the liver tissue?
Yes, there was a homogenate of liver tissue that was tested.
And that was also submitted by Dr. Carney with Forensic Medical Services, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe what was the positive result for that?
So this is based on just a screen test. The other results where a numeric value is reported is actually the result of multiple tests, both a screen and a confirmation. So in this case, there's only a presumptive positive finding because only the screen test was performed, that initial test. And it was positive for fluconazole.
And are you aware if there were any other substances that were under the level?
There were indications of things under the level. There was some additional testing performed on the liver to try and confirm those results, and all findings were below any detection limits.
And so if Dr. Carney said she called and spoke with someone and said there was cocaine that was detected, but it was not at the reportable limit, would that be consistent?
I saw the same notes and reviewed the same data, yes. So there were additional cocaine tests performed on the liver tissue.
Thank you, Dr. Vincent. I believe I asked that she be able to retain the last two exhibits, but if those could go to the clerk, I believe it's 42 and 43.
Okay.
I think you already took the one. I think it's just that.
I am going to ask that the witness be handed NMS work order 23086-183. Do you recognize the report that was just handed to you?
Yes, this is the original final report for work order 23086-183.
And is that report dated March 17th of 2023?
Yes, it is.
And I am going to ask that the witness be handed a second item, which is also labeled work order 23086-183, but with a report issue date of March 19th, 2026. Do you recognize all of those items?
Yes.
And can you describe what is the report that has an issue date of March 19th, 2026?
So this is the corrected report that I personally issued for the same work order when asked to perform a re-review in preparation for today.
And did you analyze the samples independently?
Yes.
And did you form your own expert opinion about the results?
Yes, I did.
And did you document those results in the report issued on March 19th, 2026 at 1500?
Yes.
And if I can ask that the witness be handed another item, it is pages 17 and 18, and then I believe 41 through 43 of vacation paperwork. Do you recognize those pages?
Yes.
And can you describe what those pages are?
So this includes the submission form and then documents noting the inventory of the items received for work order 23086-183.
And can you describe what was the item that is labeled in your report as 001 antemortem look?
It's a gray stopper glass tube.
And does it have a date and time associated with it?
The collection date and time provided to us was February 27th, 2023 at 2:17.
And that is one of the items that you reanalyzed and have findings on, is that correct?
I re-reviewed, yes, the data and the information generated.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury the first page of Dr. Mithen's report dated March 19th of 2026?
Okay.
Dr. Mithen, do you recognize the image on the screen?
Yes.
And is that the summary of your findings related to the antemortem blood collected by NMPD and submitted to you by NMPD on February 27th, 2023 at 2:17 p.m.?
Yes.
And I am going to zoom in to just the results related to that antemortem blood. Was there another item that was submitted under the same work order?
Yes.
So just focusing on the antemortem blood, can you describe what testing you performed and what your results were?
So in this instance, the request made by the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Lab was to perform a more expansive blood test. So this includes looking for common drugs of abuse and misuse. It includes looking for common therapeutic prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, things of that nature. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
So could you explain your findings of, I guess, what you were testing for, but then also what you found based on that testing?
So this was a more expansive blood test that was performed. It did include looking for things like ethanol and various volatiles. And so the results concluded from the blood sample, they were positive for acetone, positive for lorazepam, which is a benzodiazepine, positive for cocaine and one of its metabolites, positive for a drug called levetiracetam, and then positive for fentanyl and its metabolite norfentanyl.
And can you describe the cocaine and the BZE? Are those consistent results with the prior testing that was done on Ms. Benning's blood? From the autopsy report that had an earlier, thank you. That had an earlier collection time. Is that consistent based off of the collection time of this blood sample?
I mean, yes, they're both present. So we're still seeing indications of the active cocaine, and then we're also seeing indications of that metabolite, yes.
And is it, I guess, can you describe, like, does cocaine, is it going to dissipate over time, not all at once?
As the body is metabolizing it, yes, your body metabolizes a portion of it at a time. So we typically indicate that as a half-life. So the amount of time that it takes for approximately half of the drug to leave the body is one half-life. And it can take anywhere from 6 to 8 half-lives for a drug to fully eliminate from the body. But there can be some very big variations there, depending on the drug involved. Some drugs have a longer half-life, some have a shorter half-life. In the case of cocaine, it gets complicated because cocaine itself is a very unstable drug. It can actually break down even when it's in a glass tube. So we have to keep that in mind. That's why it's hard to really compare apples to apples there. The cocaine, it's possible it broke down when it was in the first tube. It's possible that some of it broke down in this tube as well.
And have you seen results of cocaine in blood samples of this level before?
Because we do a lot of postmortem autopsy testing for all 50 states in the country, yes, I have actually.
And this particular result, I guess I'll wait till we get to your final test to kind of connect the two things. Can you describe the acetone that had a positive result? What is that indicative of?
The presence of acetone in blood or urine can indicate a couple different factors. The key part being that there's some sort of ketoacidosis going on. And so that is the formation of these ketone bodies like acetone and isopropyl alcohol in the body. But what is indicating, it could be from a variety of different reasons. It could be diabetic or alcoholic ketoacidosis. You can see it happen in trauma. You can see it happen in like a flight or fight response. You can see it happen during times of starvation when the normal way that the body digests food and metabolizes food isn't working, and the body actually starts to work on using its fat reserves as a food source. So it could be in there for a variety of reasons.
And is it consistent with Ms. Benning arriving at the hospital dead, having to be intubated and then placed on a respirator to help her breathe?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this witness answering that line of question. As she answered when she was being qualified that she is.
Okay, do you want to rephrase that to see if she has an opinion about where that may come from?
Dr. Mitten, is it major surgery or extreme stress that you would receive in a hospital if you're on a ventilator? Is that something that might cause pathogen?
It's possible.
And if the person had not eaten food because they were on a ventilator, would that be that ketone that you were describing?
Objection, Your Honor, same objection.
Okay, she followed with objection. Go ahead.
It is also possible, yes.
And can you describe lorazepam? Is that something that you see when someone is in the hospital undergoing medical treatment?
It can be administered. It is a prescription benzodiazepine. It's typically prescribed for conditions like insomnia or possibly to assist with reducing and limiting seizures.
And you've already talked about the BZE and the cocaine, the next substance. Can you describe what is that positive result?
So it's positive for levetiracetam at a result of 24 micrograms per milliliter. Levetiracetam is commonly known as Keppra, which I think people may be more familiar with and is definitely easier to pronounce. So that is also an anti-seizure drug that is commonly provided or administered during medical treatment.
And the next two positive results are for fentanyl and norfentanyl. Are those also common medications when someone is in the hospital and on a ventilator?
They can be. They can be commonly administered depending on the nature of the trauma or event that's happening with the individual. Fentanyl can also be used as an anesthetic during surgery.
And if the medical records indicate that Ms. Benning was given fentanyl sometime on February 26, 2023, then this test on February 27th, or collection on February 27th, 2023 would be consistent with that.
It would be very possible to still detect it, yes, depending on the dose provided.
Well, she was continuing to get fentanyl from February 26th of 2023, I believe up until the point that she was removed from the ventilator on March 6th of 2023.
So if it's continuously being added, then yes, it's certainly possible to be able to detect it.
Thank you. And going back to, this is the exact same report that you have been testifying to. There is a second item, which is the 002 urine. Can you describe what testing did you perform on that?
So similar idea. The request made was to do an expansive test on the urine sample as well. The scopes may be slightly different for the drugs that are being tested for between the urine and the blood. That's just due to the nature of those two samples. Urine tends to see more metabolites because the body has processed it. It's on its way out of the body. And so the scopes are slightly different between the two.
And can you refer to the analysis requisition that is part of the litigation paperwork as it relates to that item 002 urine? Can you describe the information listed for the collected date, time?
We were not provided any specific information for a time, but a date of February 27, 2023 was provided.
And can you indicate which officer requested that testing be done?
This was requested by Adam Reese with the Metro Nashville Police Department.
And can you review the subsequent pages of the litigation paperwork and can you verify where that sample came from and where it was returned to?
So it was received via FedEx courier from Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Lab in Madison, Tennessee. And then as far as return, it was returned to the Evidence Return Department at the MNPD Crime Laboratory in Madison, Tennessee.
And are you familiar with Amanda Sweet?
Previously, and then from professional organizations, she and I have worked previous cases as well.
And she works for the Metro Nashville Police Department's crime lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And if that specific piece of evidence that there's been chain of custody on indicates that it was collected at 1603, you would refer to the actual piece of evidence for the time since it wasn't provided on your paperwork, correct?
Correct. We'd have to refer to the physical evidence if there was a sticker on it or some alternate paperwork provided.
But it definitely was February 27th of 2023.
Yes, that's what was provided.
And can you describe what testing was done on the urine and then also the results that you received?
So an expansive urine panel was performed. And as you can see, there's a lot of findings. So we'll go through kind of one by one. For ANPP and naloxone were both reported presumptive positive based on a screen test only. The remaining findings all had both a screen test and then additional definitive confirmation tests performed. And so that includes acetaminophen, commonly known as Tylenol. We have several different benzodiazepines, including nordiazepine, nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and 1-hydroxymidazolam. Those are all in that class called benzodiazepines. There was also a finding of cocaine and its metabolite benzoylecgonine. There was a finding of levetiracetam, and then fentanyl and its metabolite norfentanyl.
And I guess, can you explain why do we have additional substances in the urine that did not show up in the blood? Is it just a different type of testing?
In this case, it also is possible that these were drugs administered a longer time ago and the body is still working to flush them out. Urine keeps retained in your bladder for some time until you void it. So it's just possible that those drugs were administered longer ago. And in the instance of some of the benzodiazepines, it's very likely that some of these are metabolites based off of a different drug that was provided.
And this is during the time that Ms. Benning is admitted to the hospital. Again, she was in the emergency department, but then she's placed on a ventilator. And so they could have given more drugs when she's first being worked on and then changed kind of that protocol. Would that be consistent with these results?
It's definitely possible, yes.
And I guess kind of comparatively, the urine result of the 4,000 nanograms per milliliter of cocaine compared to the result in the blood, can you kind of give some context to that? Does it make sense to compare a blood result to a urine result, or are they different types of matrices?
They're different types. If you think about the idea that urine can be stored in the bladder, you can have an individual who's dehydrated or who's drank a lot of water and kind of gotten overhydrated. That can really change the concentration in urine. So I would say we look at urine more qualitatively typically and look to see if there's a lot of a substance in there or a little of a substance in there. But we don't necessarily rely on the hard values just because there can be a lot of variability there, depending on how often someone's going to the bathroom and voiding their bladder. It can really change those concentrations.
And somebody that's on a ventilator, that's going to affect that as well.
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that her report, the original report, and the litigation packet be made a collective exhibit 44. It's the one that I handed to y'all.
31926.
Sorry. Yes, and 230861183. It has one litigation pack with 2 different samples.
Okay.
And Dr. Mithun, I have a set of 11 photographs, as well as an NMS report, work order number 2312925. I'm gonna ask that you be handed both of these items.
Thank you.
Dr. Mithun, do you recognize that report?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what is that a report of?
This is a manually created report that I authored with regards to a request that came for testing of both a washcloth and a comforter that were received with biological stains on them.
And who submitted those and made that request?
This was submitted at the request of Metro Nashville Police Department in care of Officer Adam Reese.
And do you recognize the 2 samples that you received? Are they reflected in those photographs?
Yes.
And did you examine, at least visually examine, both of those items during your analysis?
Yes, I physically performed actually I took most of these pictures myself too, but I physically performed the visual inspection and the inspection of the items.
And did you do the original sample collection and analysis of these 2 items?
I did. I did the original sample selection, so where we were going to be testing which parts of the fabric we were going to physically cut out and test, because we obviously can't test a full large bedside comforter. And then I prepared the samples and got them to a point where they were then able to be entered into the laboratory in the normal flow of samples.
And the first item that you've just been describing, can you just state for the record, what was that item?
The item that we physically tested was item number 2, which was a large blue comforter.
And I guess I call it the second item, but it's labeled as 00. Well, I'm sorry, the one that is labeled
Oh, I'm sorry.
23129285001.
Sorry, you are correct. I have them flipped. 001 is the large blue comforter, and then there was an item 002, which was a normal sized kind of golden yellow washcloth.
Okay.
Sorry, I misspoke.
It is late in the day. Your Honor, may I publish Dr. Mithun's June 30th, 2023 report, work order number 2312928?
Okay.
And Dr. Mithun, this first page of your report, does it reflect those 2 items that you had just testified to?
Yes.
And are those 2 items located on this portion of your report?
Yes.
And does it actually have the Metro Nashville Police Department case ID number associated with your work order?
Yes, it does.
And that is kind of midway through the page.
Yes.
And you said that you did recognize those 11 photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm gonna ask that those 11 photographs be introduced as the next number exhibit, which I believe is 45. And I can't remember the 11th number of the alphabet, but I'm sure Madam Clerk will assist me with that.
Do you need these back?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I have permission to publish those?
Sure.
Thank you. Dr. Mitten, this is exhibit 45A. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this is how the items were received. They were received inside of a large red biohazard bag. And then inside that biohazard red plastic bag was in this case, it was actually a brown paper lawn bag because it was the largest bag that could fit the item. And then once we opened the seals and went in even further, we were able to see what the actual items were. But this is what it looked like when we received it.
And that has the Metro Nashville Police Department complaint number 23-0120532, as well as the address of 1522 Lebanon Pike, number 107. It has a February 27th, 23/0219 date, and it's also labeled as blue comforter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the next image is 45B. Can you describe this exhibit?
This is just the backside of the first image that you had, so you can see the seals and how the item was received, completely taped over and sealed.
And the next image, which is a zoom in of the label from 45B, could you describe what's shown here in 45C?
So this is a sticker applied to the outside of that lawn bag that was provided with Metro Nashville PD's information on it. So this appears to be their way of labeling their evidence.
And the next image is exhibit 45D. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this was the biological stain located roughly near the center of the comforter. It's a little hard to see on the picture, but there is a discoloration. It's a darker blue color, roughly the size of a dinner plate. And then there is some pink solid material kind of towards the center of the stain.
Dr. Minton, if you touch the monitor in front of you, you should be able to draw on the screen to show what you're referring to.
So that's approximately, it fits within that.
And can you describe, I guess, your visual examination of this blue comforter? What is the substance within that circle that you have circled?
It was labeled vomit as we received it. So we believed it to be some sort of gastric contents, vomitus. It's unclear. We don't necessarily know when we receive items what they are, but it was labeled and told to us that it was some sort of a biologic.
And the next image, which is 45E, can you describe what's shown here?
Same picture of the stained area, but with a ruler added just to help with sizing reference.
And the next image, which is 45F, can you describe what's shown here?
So the first image was trying to get kind of the width of the stain. This is trying to provide the rough height of the stain, but same thing, trying to provide a scale for how large the stain size was.
And the next image, which is 45G, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is if you flip the comforter over. Some of the stain was actually visible all the way through the comforter onto the back side. So it was a smaller surface there. And so the ruler is provided to help with scale.
And can you describe the process that you went through to analyze this particular item that was submitted to you?
So These are a more unique type of testing that NMS can perform. It's called a forensic investigation. And so in order to perform the test, we have to identify where a stained area is. We also try to look for areas outside of that stained area that we can use as control samples, just to try and ensure the accuracy of the result. If there's some sort of response that we're receiving from the fabric, it should also be in those control samples. So it helps us kind of determine what is background versus what is this additional biologic material bringing to the case at hand. In addition to that, we also prepare some external samples that are external to this blanket. So we'll find some fabric that is unrelated to the case and use that and test that in parallel as well. So as part of analysis here, it's identifying the region where the stain is, and then identifying a relative size and area that we can actually cut out and excise from the stained area. That becomes our case sample for testing. And then areas external to that, so in this case, I chose areas towards the outer portion of the comforter that did not appear to have stains, that I could also cut and use as my control samples.
And did you cut that portion of the comforter?
We physically chose to cut the portion that we saw that was stained all the way through, just because we thought that represented kind of the most saturated portion, and had our best chance of trying to extract whatever that biological fluid was. So yes, that square directly was what we tested.
And what type of testing was performed on, I guess, the sample that you collected?
Once prepared and we were able to, using methanol, we were able to extract off what was in the fluids off of the comforter and the fabric and the batting. The test procedure that we used is just a general basic drug test. So it ran under what's called an immunoassay. Immunoassays are looking for general drug classes. So it'll look for things like cocaine. There's a test that can be performed for the drug class of cannabinoids or marijuana. Another test can be performed for opiates. So it's looking for very general common drugs of abuse and misuse. Specifically in this case, Metro Nashville police let us know that they were interested in having us test for fentanyl and cocaine. So in those instances, I only prepared controls and control samples with known quantities of cocaine and fentanyl in those controls. I didn't prepare with any additional drugs that could have been within a scope.
And can you describe, when you're testing, did you receive any results?
Yes.
And what were those results?
So because we don't know how efficient our ability to extract those biological fluids out of the blanket maybe, we don't quantify. It's really a positive or a not present. And so in this case, we were able to detect the presence of cocaine and benzoylecgonine in the stained portion of from that stained portion. We did not detect fentanyl or norfentanyl.
So there was no fentanyl whatsoever, but you did have cocaine and the BZE.
Not in that stained portion.
And can you describe that testing process when you run kind of a first screen? Is it possible that the concentration of the sample that you're running is too high for the, I guess, testing equipment that you're using? Can you describe that testing equipment a little bit?
One issue and limitation of immunoassays, just because they work like a lock and a key with antibodies. So the antibody is your lock. If a drug is present, it's the key, and it goes and binds in. And then it's called a sandwich assay because we have a detection molecule that then comes back on the other side. And so they sandwich the drug in between. And one limitation of performing a style of test like that is that if you have too much drug present, it can cause something called a hook effect and lead to a false negative sometimes. And that means that you have so much drug, it's binding to the antigen on this side and the detection molecule on that side, and they aren't able to fully form that sandwich. And so it can actually interfere with your ability to properly detect.
And what was the, I guess, concentration level of the cocaine in this sample? Did you have to run it multiple times?
We did have to repeat the test. The initial attempt with the cocaine exceeded the ability on our confirmation testing. It exceeded our analytical range. So when we create these tests in the laboratory, we set them up so that we can run them repeatedly, and they fit the vast majority of our case samples. So concentrations usually fall within a specific analytical range that we're looking at. In this case, the case response exceeded that original analytical range. So we had to go back and repeat it on dilution to ensure that we were getting an accurate result, that there were no interferences, that things were running properly, and we had an accurate response coming through on all of our indicators and acceptability for the criteria.
And what is a typical BZE amount?
The analytical range normally for that method runs from 50 to 5,000.
And I guess, what was the concentration of the first test before you diluted it?
I'm trying to recall it, and it far exceeded the 5,000. We ended up repeating the test at both a 10-fold dilution and a 100-fold dilution because we weren't sure whether a 10-fold dilution would properly get it into that analytical range.
So you diluted it 100-fold to be able to test it properly.
We ran it both 10-fold and 100-fold on the same run. We ran them together.
And was the amount at 10-fold, was that too high to report? Is that why it was diluted again?
I don't recall off the top of my head if the 10-fold result was acceptable, or if the acceptable result came from the 100-fold run. I'm sorry, I don't recall the exact.
My notes based off of our many conversations about this particular test is that you diluted the sample 100-fold to get it down to a level that your machine could test.
We ran it on the same batch. We were able to run both dilutions, and so that's where I'm fuzzy on if we accepted the 10-fold result.
Can you find that out by tomorrow?
Yes,
Okay.
it's in
Go ahead.
it's in my notes.
Their notes are here.
In the back of the room, yes.
How long
You
was
got
it?
her notes.
Sure. Where are
I believe the binder.
Perfect.
And Your Honor, maybe ask that we be allowed to look at those notes as well.
Are your notes included in the litigation packet?
No, these were just my notes for trying to remember all of the runs today and trying to keep all the work orders straight.
You've made recently.
Yes, in preparation for today.
Okay. Find them and we'll make a copy.
Oh, actually, I think they might actually be in there. I'm sorry. Okay, so in this case, we were able to accept the 10-fold dilution. The 100-fold dilution provided a consistent result with the 10-fold dilution. So the two results were very consistent with one another. Since they were consistent and the lower dilution was acceptable, we accepted that result.
But you did both of them, correct?
Yes.
And you said that the results were consistent.
Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna misstate that. I misstated that. Both results, I was looking at the high control sample. Both results were accepted from the 100-fold dilution. Those were the ones that were reported, both the cocaine and the BZE were accepted from the 100-fold dilution.
Not the 10.
Not the 10-fold, I'm sorry, I misstated that. I was looking at one of the control samples. I
So-
apologize.
The 100-fold dilution, so if the amount that you typically would test would be 50 to 5,000 nanograms, we are now looking at up to 500,000 nanograms per milliliter.
Yes, so 5,000 to, yes, 500,000. Yes.
And what was the result?
So we reported as positive, because we don't have a true quantitation running there. We reported as positive. We don't report that quantity.
What was the number that you obtained to be able to report it positive?
In the data, the reported result or the quantitated result was over 87,000. Yes, over 87,000.
And 87,000, that is nanograms per milliliter.
Sorry, yes.
I'm going to object to her attaching a number, a quantitative number, because she has stated she could not do it.
Okay, well, you can cross-examine about that. Do you want to ask any other questions about that?
I have other questions for her about this, yes, Your Honor.
The data is in the litigation packet.
Yes, it was provided to our office as well as defense counsel. They have all of that underlying data. Dr. Mithen, can you explain why the report is just reported out positive?
So we don't know the efficiency of being able to extract those fluids off. And so we were repeating on dilution to ensure that the sample fell within a proper quantitative range and that the ratios were acceptable, and our acceptability criteria is met, but we do not report quantitative values in these instances because it would be hard to assign a number and a value to what's going on there. It's more a qualitative presence of was it present or not present. So that's why I do caveat, that is the response off the instrument, whether that is a true, fair, and accurate concentration. I would hesitate to say that. It was a large value that needed to be run on dilution in order to get an acceptable result.
And again, that is because as a toxicologist, everything that you are doing, it is precision, it's very precise, as well as there are certain reporting limits and kind of rules about what actual amount and level you're gonna report out versus just a positive. Is that right?
There are requirements about what needs to be run, and I'm looking at, there was a note that there may have been some questions on the original calibrator curve for that run. So anything that was attempting to be reported with a qualitative value was going to be repeated to ensure the accuracy of anything that went out with a number attached. We know that the quality controls that we run several quality controls that are just positive at a high concentration, positive at a low concentration, qualitatively, in addition to those numeric controls. Those were all acceptable. So we can accept things as qualitatively positive, qualitatively not detected. But we were not able to report things with a numeric value on that run just due to questions they had with that calibration curve. So that is my hesitation in assigning a numeric value. I would say it's a response. It is a strong response.
And that amount of 87,000 nanograms per milliliter with all of the kind of conditions that you have put with it, is that consistent with Dr. Carney's prior testimony that adding the EME to the parent cocaine in that first hospital blood being 7,878 is the value that you obtained, is it consistent?
Objection, this witness has already testified that that was outside of her wheelhouse to be able to make those kind of opinions.
Okay, from your perspective as a forensic toxicologist, can you answer that question?
I mean, they're different specimens, so I would hesitate to do that. This
Okay,
is,
you hesitate to do that.
Dr. Smith, then, this was determined to be a spit up vomit, correct?
correct,
And the analysis included that first hospital blood that you also analyzed, correct?
correct.
And is your assessment that the substance of cocaine was ingested orally by Ms. Benning?
Objection, outside the scope of her expertise.
Okay, she's smart enough to, can you answer that question?
I think I
From
can.
your training?
This is indicating that there was some sort of oral consumption, yes.
I have a ruling, Your Honor, on that.
I just did. She answered. I allowed it to answer, so I overruled your objection.
And if that substance on the comforter that you tested that came back 87,000 nanograms per milliliter, which I know that is just a
Okay, what is
number,
your question?
is it consistent with the result in the first hospital blood?
Objection, same objection.
Consistent in terms of kind of quantitative or that it's positive?
That it's, are those two values consistent?
Objection.
Do you have an opinion on that from your training?
I mean, they're separate. They're distinct matrices. So it's not comparing a blood to a blood. They're two separate
What's your
matrices.
next question?
Is it a high value?
If we're just looking at the numbers, it is higher than the blood number. But again, they're different matrices. They're not the same.
And now I have page 2 of your report on the screen. Can you describe the additional testing that you did to kind of verify the validity of this testing?
So as I said, we prepared a number of control samples. So in addition to the case sample, the unknown, we prepare a positive control that's at a low concentration of known concentrations. So I physically will go to the laboratory and I took spike solutions of both fentanyl and cocaine and added that to blank pieces of fabric, let them soak in, and then treated them as if they were stained pieces of fabric and ran them through the process. So I have a low control. I also did that with higher concentrations of those drugs. So I have a low control and a high control. We do another sample that is a negative control. It doesn't get any drugs added to it. That's really to test and determine kind of any background noise that may be coming from the fabric and the comforter. And then I also do that external negative control. So that's really a control to ensure that the laboratory hasn't introduced contamination into the sample during its run through the laboratory, that this process works. We can detect our internal standards and the extraction process is working well. And so in all, 5 pieces of fabric were prepared in order to test just this one case sample.
And all of those 5 testings were done to validate the result of the testing of the case sample, which is 2312928.5-007. Is that correct?
4 controls and the 1 case sample, so 5 total.
And so on your report, it is that case sample with the positive for cocaine and the BCE.
Correct.
And all of the other results that are listed, that is referencing to those other samples.
Yes, there is a result for one of the negative control samples, and then other findings, none were indicated.
Can you explain what is the case blank in 004?
The case blank is that negative control from the comforter itself. So it was not spiked with any intentional fentanyl or cocaine solutions. It was from the outer periphery of the comforter in an area that we believe to be void of any stains.
And can you describe what area of the comforter did you take that sample from?
If I'm looking at the comforter, it was the lower left corner.
And did you pick a spot that was as far away from the actual case sample as you could?
That was our attempt, yes.
And can you describe the testing and the result that came from that case blank in 004?
During the course of testing, the result that came back, there was a slight positive indication for fentanyl and fentanyl only on a piece of that negative control piece of fabric. There were no indications of norfentanyl, no indications of any other drugs. And it was just above our instrument's reporting limits. So it was a very low concentration, very low amount.
And can you describe, what does that mean that there was no norfentanyl in that trace amount?
So it can be contamination. It can be contamination from the environment, from someone handling it. It's hard to know how that got there. It did not appear in any of our other control samples. So it does not appear to be something that was caused during the testing in the laboratory, but how that result got there, I can't explain it other than to state it was likely some sort of external contamination from an environment somewhere.
But there was nothing about that sample that indicated in any way that it had been consumed and processed by a human body, is that correct?
Nothing visible to our eyes.
And it didn't have any of the breakdowns of fentanyl that you would see if it had been ingested, is that correct?
Correct. And it's also true, so when I was spiking with the known compounds, I was spiking with a mixture of multiple fentanyl compounds. So fentanyl, norfentanyl, acetylfentanyl, because I used a common spiking solution that we had in the laboratory so that I knew the exact concentrations I was adding. And I didn't see any of those either in looking at the data. Those were not present. So it wasn't from, say, me misspiking the sample or some sort of issue in that way.
And can you describe kind of the value? Was it a small amount?
It was just above the detection limit for that assay, which was 0.5 nanograms per milliliter.
0.5 nanograms.
Correct.
And it was just above.
The response was just above that, yes.
And did you try to duplicate that result?
How so?
Did you do any testing to try to, I guess, put fentanyl on a piece of fabric to get that same result?
So, yes, that's the control samples we run. So there was a low control sample. I'm trying to remember. I believe I attempted to spike at 2 or 3 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in that low control. It might have been higher, but 2 and 3 nanograms per milliliter are ringing a bell in my head. And then the high control was a significantly higher concentration. It was, I believe, 20 nanograms per milliliter.
And so are you saying that you weren't able to reproduce it?
And those controls came back positive for the drugs that they were supposed to come back positive for. And it was also appropriately resulting with norfentanyl and acetylfentanyl and the other drugs that I spiked in that instance. So those responses were agreeable there, and what was expected.
And can you describe, you testified that it was a trace amount that you feel like came from environmental kind of contact?
It's some sort of contamination externally.
I object to the testifying and the leading nature of the question. I don't remember the witness testimony.
You want to ask her again what she's already testified about?
Yes, can you just clarify what you mean by external in the environment?
So it's somehow it was placed onto the fabric, and I'm unclear how that happened. There are a lot of ways it can happen, just from the movement of that object between different individuals and different environments. Where that happened, I couldn't say it happened before it reached the laboratory.
Thank you, Dr. Mithen. You have described that you also analyzed the second item, and I have 45H on the screen. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you describe what it is?
So this was a secondary package also received, also noted under the same work order 23129285.
And the next image is 45I. Can you describe what's shown here?
So it's the backside of that same brown paper bag, and then it contains all of the agency markings when it was submitted.
And it has that same address of 1522 11 Pike, number 107. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 45J, can you describe what's shown here?
So this was the yellow golden washcloth that was received.
And the next item or photograph is 45K. Can you describe what's shown here?
So it's the same washcloth. It's just a movement of the ruler so that we can get the width.
And did you end up doing any testing on this washcloth?
We chose not to.
And why is that?
It was very difficult to see stained areas on this coloring and on this fabric. You can see some, can I draw on it?
Absolutely.
Okay. You can see some pink markings kind of in here, roughly in that range. There's a few spots with that same kind of pink solid material, but it was difficult to tell where any kind of that clear fluid may have been on the washcloth. And so it was very unclear where we could take a case sample versus a control sample and feel comfortable and confident about it.
And I am now displaying page 3 of your report. Can you describe what information is on page 3?
So you see my signature at the top because this is the final page of the report. It explains the testing was performed under chain of custody. And then it also provides a summary of what testing was performed and which instruments were used to perform the testing.
And again, your result is on page 2 of your report, and the case sample is 007, correct?
Yes.
That is for the comforter, and it tested positive for cocaine and BCE.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mithen.
Okay,
Your Honor, at this
I hate
time,
everybody who went
I
and
ask that
out.
Dr. Mithen's report that is labeled AMS Lab Work Order number 231-29285 be admitted as the next numbered exhibit. This is 46.
I hate everybody who went and out.
We get the 11 foot, who's the else in your way?
Those were 45A through K.
Those were my notes.
Right, the 11 photos that you said plus the work order.
11 photos
So
were
now you're wanting the work order.
is the next numbered exhibit, 46.
Any other questions?
I don't have any other questions,
Okay,
Your Honor.
let the lawyer step up.
Y'all ain't done for the evening?
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the day. Remember what I've said about not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it, looking anything up, watching any reports or anything media-wise. Leave your notes up here. Tomorrow, if you report like you did this morning, downstairs in the jury assembly room, 8:45, 8:50, been pretty good on being on time. So thank you for your service, and we'll see you in the morning. You can step out.
In the morning. Uh-oh.
Are you making a photocopy of that or? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, y'all know, see, we got fully through 3 witnesses today. The state, how many more do you have?
Judge, some of it depends on the cross-examination of Dr. Benton, I would think, before we can develop.
Who do you know you've got left?
I know that we have 4.
Who's that?
We have Ms. Denny, we have Michael Johnson, we have Detective Reese, and we have Ms. Benning's mother, Bridget Parks, that I know we are definitively calling all 4 of those.
Okay. So I'm just trying to give the defense, they can have some of their people ready tomorrow.
Judge, I have one thing that I need to.
Prostrate before the Lord.
Okay.
There's been.
Yeah, that's Ms. Denny. You said her.
They filed a motion to suppress anything outside of the range. Your Honor didn't rule on it.
She said, Apple said Ms. Denny.
I said, but if it comes up because they open the door on cross-examination or defense proof, then I would request Your Honor to.
We had a discussion yesterday about the iCloud.
Yes, we did. So there is a message that was in the iCloud search warrant return from 2018. It is a message between Ms. Apple Denny and Mr. Blaise Taylor. In that message, Ms. Denny references, it's a longer text message, but she references the girl who I had.
May I ask that at least that the media be shut down if she's going to go into any substantive evidence that has not been.
How can I shut down the media under Rule 30?
Well, maybe approach.
No. Tell me how to do that.
Well, you don't have to, maybe approach.
No.
May I ask that she not.
The
right
jurors
now,
aren't going to hear this.
We haven't opened the door to anything, neither do we plan.
I don't know.
Judge, I'm just making the court.
Okay, well, you don't have to read it. You're making them aware that if they mess around too much with Miss Denny, you may try to get into that.
Correct.
Okay, like I said Monday, I'm kind of a bottom line kind of person.
Yes, I have the same message from Ms. Denny that was in the iCloud search warrant return. She has it on her phone. So I have it separately from the iCloud return.
Okay, so is it outside the time frame or inside the time frame?
Outside to the motherfucker.
It doesn't have a time frame because I got it from her today.
Okay. Well, do they have a copy of the items you're holding in your hand?
That's why I was
You do?
addressing
Yeah.
the court.
You don't have to give them to them. Are those copies? Okay, let them look at them and then they can
Brittany,
go
remember
into
the
their
text
thought
from
process.
from
and think
2018 about
how they're
something that happened in
gonna weld
2023?
with Miss Denny.
And Your Honor, just for the record, there is a separate iMessage that specifically references another part of Ms. Denny's testimony that I may ask the court to be able to use as well, depending on the cross-examination.
Okay, well, let's just deal with what the court's approved Ms. Denny testifying about, and then we'll see what the cross is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'm trying to,
Can I just clarify? This is the message from Ms. Danny's phone. This is the message.
they're both, one's in the iCloud and one's on her phone currently.
And I had Detective Tom Miller, I sent him the images from her phone, and he validated that it was exactly the same.
Can I just inquire why the state is looking through Mr. Taylor's iCloud outside the scope of the search warrant?
I don't know, I thought we weren't gonna do that.
Your Honor said that we could not use it in our case in chief.
Yeah.
The detective already reviewed it.
Okay, it was already done when we had our last year.
He's making it as fast as he can.
It sounds like they found this message and they asked him to go back in and look through his iPod.
No,
and
I
get this
guess, did she show you this?
I've never seen it.
I'm not
Yes,
asking
we
you.
asked her if she
Miss
still had,
Denny.
we asked her if she still had her messages from
Okay,
2018.
Miss Denny recently told them about that still in her phone.
And then they went into Mr. Taylor's iPod.
Had already done that.
That was already done. Again, the court said,
The tip is, Mr. Brand, be careful.
Who here?
You, or whoever's cross-examining Miss Denny.
I understand. I understood.
Okay.
I do understand.
Just a polite tip. Somebody get me those copies. They weren't that lengthy. See where we are. I'm trying to get this lady out of here with her copies.
I guess then,
Don't guess anything. If it comes up, it comes up. We'll deal with it after Miss Denny testifies.
thank you.
Putting it together, but you got her notes.
Those are her notes. They're getting,
You putting them together.
they're getting you copies of the notes that she's referenced here. You get everything back.
So y'all went and
Just double check.
circumvented everything.
You can turn it
And it
off.
further proves to me that the bitch is crazy. Why do you still have text messages from 2018 for a motherfucker that ain't even dealing with you?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, our will be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Apple. You know what? I absolutely hope they figure out a way to look at that text message, know it frontwards, backwards, and definitely 120% let the FAFO be on them. I don't know what's on that text message, but at the end of the day, you're not going to threaten me about something you weren't even supposed to be looking at. Y'all said y'all was in his Apple iCloud from January 1st of 2023 to July 4th of 2023. And now you're talking about a message from 2018. Did he even know Jade in 2018? So what would that message have to do with anything? She was just saving that message and saving the contact for hopes that one day her phone would ring. No, their back ain't against the wall. I don't think their back is against the wall. I think they're trying to threaten them so they can make everybody pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Because honestly, unless you can show me, as Whitney Houston said, show me a receipt. Anytime I have a purchase crack, show me a receipt. Because where's the receipts? Where's the source of what has taken this girl out? Because Dingo Gadungi and the rest of the fools that went up in that house then messed around and got Fenty on the damn blanket. So if nothing more, y'all really just fucked up any type of justice for Jade for somebody that's paying attention, if one of them jurors is paying attention. Because if there is Fenty randomly on her blanket that y'all didn't let come in, so now what came out of her house, and every last one of her symptoms was sluggish like Fenty. At first, y'all had everybody up there on your side. Fenty came from the hospital. They administered in the hospital. They administered it in the hospital. They administered it in the hospital. It wasn't in her system until they gave it to her in the hospital. Then what's it doing in her house? Because that's what they're going to equate that blanket with being in the house. Because the rest of Boo Boo the Fool and the rest of them fools that wear helmets. I can't believe they did that. I can't believe they did that. Not one of them better fix their mouth to where I hope Jade is wearing them out every time their eyes close. I swear, if they blink too long, I hope she is wearing them out. It don't even make no sense. There's no way you can say you love me. You can't say you like me a little bit. You can't say that you would be nice enough to piss on me if I was on fire and do some shit like this where I'll never get fucking justice. And I really wanted this defense to go into liquefying adult sugar. Because who would know how to do that? Besides a medical student. Possibly with access to a lab. This is crazy. All right, y'all. Y'all want to do court tomorrow? I'm going to be... I'm going to have to see about court tomorrow. I got an appointment in the morning. But I don't want us to miss watching Apple together. You don't watch, I'm too invested. We might have to go on a field trip. Okay. What's it, 9 Central? Shit. Okay. We be up in the morning. Oh, Lord. See y'all in the morning.